Welcome, everyone. We return to another Ironheart Merchant Company on Saturday, session 14 of fucking 17 we've had. So we've only missed 3 sessions at this point, I think, which has been
I
nice.
think two of them
Yeah.
were forced missings.
No, I think, yeah, 2 of them were forced because of me, and then the rest have all just lined up with the other parties, so. Yeah, we're doing pretty well. Yeah, so last time we left off, yes? What's up?
The most successful group for not missing.
Yeah, right? I know, ironic as far as it goes with that as well.
From success.
Yeah, so last time we left off, you lot met with, I believe, Jakix. You got to meet, alright, and finally squash that after dealing with a potential attack from some jaguars. I'm gonna skip over the slight part about Grend, because I don't think James wants a reminder of his.
Oh no, you can remind me of my incompetence. It's fine.
Alright, well, yeah. So, as session truly started with the party meeting Grend and his group, having James make a bit of a folly of himself, revealing the party's plans with a merchant dealing, and although negotiating a decent market price for a head start, the party would find themselves unfortunately, both duped and with now cause for pause with their plans. Not only now with Grand delaying his travel times only by a few months, but also with the Hammer of Quarks having been stolen in the same amount of time. Though the party seemed less than concerned about this item disappearing, as they put it, we would find ourselves continuing on to the city where James would finally, though rudely, squash the issues with the Golden Heart Merchant Company and Zarius himself. Between that and the purchasing of the rare and unusual Jaguar, the party would then find themselves, though slightly richer, some of them, traveling amongst the slave market, where they would spend their time learning about the many slaves as they looked for a crew and catching on to their prices. After doing so, they would decide although buy a few, the party would end up with a mysterious benefactor who they assume bought them for them, as they were informed that the rest had been bought right after Essa had freed a lich from his bindings. Not shortly after this, the party, now having what they suppose is to be a crew, though a few members at least guaranteed to have been purchased, decided to head back towards the inn, where we return with the party just having arrived at the inn itself. Before we, though, open the scene and before we jump into it, Essa, can you check your PMs real quick and answer my PM to you from earlier?
Yeah.
No, it's important to the session. This is bad.
It is. It's, do you want to meet Mr. Average 8, is the question.
That sounds like an incredible man.
Yes, he has 8s in every stat, and has no skill points in the slightest. He is today's wandering monster, a random
How is
encounter.
he average then?
Because 8 is average.
For peasants, 8's the average in DM's world.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Especially in this age. I honestly, I'd say 6 is probably closer to average given the fact of how few people can actually read and write. But we'll go off intelligence based on the time, not based on the individual. So as they say, you can't ask a shark to be judged by, or was it a tiger to be judged by a fish?
What about a tigerfish?
I think it's tiger shark.
I mean, what about lion shark?
Okay. But as we get into session, as you lot, thinking the lion shark thing aside, as you lot find yourself heading to the inn with the sign outside, pillows and drink, you come to the table seeing Zell's and his right hand, Fame Seeker, sitting beside him. As they kind of bring you lot to kind of usher you lot to come over. Food set out, drinks already set out. A few trolls that seem to kind of be minding their own business kind of set a few tables away. The inn otherwise seems at this hour pretty quiet overall, as it's merely roughly about the afternoon at this point. Though the outside being kind of more dark and dreary looking with the heavy clouds, the slight warmth in the air keeping the cold winds away. the inn itself is pretty quiet overall as you are kind of sitting around, or just kind of take your seats and start to drink. As you do so, and before Zels can even speak up, you see as a dragonkin comes running in, large bluish scales, what looks to be a slightly kind of capped teeth, a few scars across his face, and what looks to be very like almost nobleman's clothing, with a very large hat, single feather kind of poking out of it, comes running in, shouting and yelling. Is there a woman by the name of Essa in here? Well, I'm looking for an Essa. She's traveling with the Ironheart Merchant Company.
I'm just gonna slowly look to Essa.
You know that guy? Or girl? I can't tell still.
Can I roll to see if I can tell if it's a guy or a girl?
Essa will take a second to kind of gather their thoughts for a moment.
As James is
yeah, go ahead.
Learning of
Gather information, I'm guessing?
Yeah, go ahead.
A 15, can I tell?
If this is a guy or a girl messenger, as you look them up and down, it's hard to tell, but you see no like high thigh. There doesn't seem to be a very much differentiation. But as you look at them and think back to what you saw with Ice for a moment, their shoulders are slightly thinner. So either they're younger and or they are more dainty. This could be a female, or this could just be a very young male.
Young man or female? I'm learning.
All right. So S is being called.
Yes, as James kind of looks them up and down. Mm-hmm.
I'll walk over.
It's good practice.
The man kind of the dragonkin kind of pulls you aside and kind of hands you a note. And then kind of as soon as he does, you see a flash of a smile for a moment. As for a mere second, you hear in your ear, "The favor has been repaid." As the messenger kind of steps away from you, bows, and then turns over to Rolliman, and then walks over and goes, "Are you Mr. Rolliman, sir?"
Yes, and who are you?
Sorry, I'm in kind of a rush. This ticket was to be given to you, and he looks back, and you see Essa is gone. As the messenger kind of looks about, confused, and goes, "Well, it was from the lady she was supposed to... this is for you." And he kind of just hands you this simple piece of leather that has a strange marking on it. As you kind of stare at it and blink for a moment, it seems to clear up only to you as you look at it. And as you do so, or as you kind of blink a few more times staring at it, it says a simple word of, "When you need me, say my name." And the messenger just kind of looks at you, kind of wait expectingly as he looks between the two of you.
It's appreciated. I'll give him a silver piece.
He takes the silver piece and goes, "Thank you, sir. Have a good day, and I'm sorry for your friend." And he turns and starts walking out.
Is Essa dead?
As you turn and
Or did I see her dart out?
you give me a let's say a search check.
Is the leather unique at all, or is it just leather?
As you look it over, it is the same purple hue as the robe of that strange lich figure that Essa had freed earlier.
That was an 8. I can't tell.
With an 8, as you kind of seeing Rollman kind of handed something, kind of curious as you kind of looked over for a moment. At that same time, you're almost 100% sure Essa either disappeared or ran off. As you look over, there's no signs of foul play. There's no marks on the ground. That gentleman clearly didn't have any signs of a caster or any ability to cast, as he would have had to say something when he did it to cast of any spells of the sort to make her disappear. You see no one. And Zels kind of looks at between the two of you. Fameseeker still eating, as he's kind of chewing down on what looks to be a large, meaty chunk of some sort of foreleg. Zels looks at you and goes, "So... Your employees are running off."
She does that a lot, and again, she works on commission, so
Not under contract.
she does things on the side to earn her own keep.
Yeah, whatever. Well, I was gifted a bunch of strange people that showed up here should be showing up here a few moments. Did you make a purchase?
We were making some purchases.
Did you buy a bunch of slaves? Like, like 10, 15 of them?
There was 17, I do believe.
We didn't buy that many. That he was stating how many there were at the
All
auction.
of them, we were told as we left, all of them were purchased for the Golden Heart Merchant Company.
We didn't hear that, did we?
So
Cameron's
that
misremembering.
wasn't
That
that
was
said?
not.
Did
No,
Prophet
they were
say
bought.
that?
No.
We were told a benefactor bought them for us.
Yeah, not the Gold Heart.
Oh,
Merchant
a
Company.
benefactor bought them for us. I apologize for correcting myself there.
Zels looks at you and goes, "That's suspicious," as he kind of plays with his
Very.
beard.
And they were given to
Very.
you? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, but you said 17?
That was the total that was there.
Well, we got a secondary problem then.
Is there more than 17?
Yeah, there's a fucking mutt amongst them that doesn't have a note. And he goes, I have a, like, he pulls out a piece of, like, a note that has the listings of each of the slaves with their, what their experience is, as far as capabilities from the, slave auctioneer's, understanding. And he goes, you see all these, right? Well, these 3 are marked as S's. The others are marked in James's name here. Well, actually, they're marked in the company's name in all fairness, so technically I think it belongs to whoever owns the company. But, and he points over as he points into a far corner where you kind of look over and you now see where the slaves are kind of being cleaned up, washed off, off to the side. A bunch of other slaves are also in line, it looks like, as there looks to be a full service as you see them. And you see a gnoll kind of just standing in line between the 2 kobolds as they're waiting to go into a room to be bathed and brought out with fresh clothing. Yeah, would you like to describe how you look, Alar?
Yeah. You see an 8'2" gnoll with a long mohawk covered in tattoos and tribal clothing, just kind of following the others, seemingly not knowing what's going on.
I recognize
Look
this as
who's
a
done.
Noel immediately, don't I?
Roll me a, well, what do you mean by recognize? Do you, like, recognize it as a gnoll?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, without issue. It's not hard to tell that this is a gnoll. They're a very unique species. Beyond that, you wouldn't, I mean, like, if you want to tell what kind of gnoll it is, or, like, where where this gnoll would come from, you'd have to roll for that.
Importantly, I forgot, he has a staff almost as tall as he is, that's covered in spikes.
That's right, yep.
From my elven tribe, whatever, were people like this in that?
No.
No, not at all.
No,
I
these...
don't recognize him
tattoos.
from the slave auction, from where we
Also,
purchased
I'm also
them.
pretty sure, I think it'd be noticeable, he doesn't have the slave markings around his neck.
He does not, yeah, he does not have a slave tattoo around his neck. He
I'm gonna
does have
walk
a
over
burn
to
mark, though,
him.
I imagine. Go ahead.
What are you doing in
While he's doing that,
the fuck?
As you look
As I
at...
look at him.
Yeah, as you look up at him, he does tower... How tall are you again, Alar?
8'2".
Alar does tower over you as you look up at him, James. You look down as this small man. Alar, from your understanding of snow dwarfs, you're not familiar with many of them from where you're from. There's the few that were in the area, the same area as you were before you left and came here. Would have been kind of a lot weaker, a lot smaller, and typically made really, really bad for work. And usually would cause you a lot of drawbacks and such for any of them. So notably, this race would be known to you much more like a weak and almost useless race.
That's okay, Alar doesn't discriminate.
Aw. Well, while they're doing this, can I look at the piece of paper that Cells has that lists? You said it had a description of these people, right? Does it have
Yes.
a description of LR.
It does not, as he kind of hands it over to you. Yeah, James, as you say this up to Alar, Alar, how do you respond?
Alar just looks at James, looks at the group, and just goes, crowd. And just stares at James.
Hello. Were you purchased?
That's a big word for Alar.
Purchased.
Zels kind of speaks up and goes, "Don't bother. He seems to be able to talk to the beast folk, no issues, but he doesn't speak very well. From what I can tell, I think he's primitive. Like the rest of the slave races the dragons keep in him. I think he's You know, as he kind of taps his head and kind of then waves his finger in a circle to like represent
I'm gonna
either
walk
stupid
back
or
over,
crazy.
Roman, go find out if that one was purchased, and
While
if
he
so, what their capabilities are.
Okay.
while he walks away, they hear in common hard for dogmouth.
Mm. He doesn't have a
Roman,
slave
please.
collar, James. Let me give me a
No,
second.
no, they don't. Go find out what's going on, please. I can only recognize the curse words in primitive. I'm sorry.
All right, Roman, what do you do?
Sorry, I had to step away for a second.
No worries. I think the hornet got in the house.
Yeah, it's taking me
no.
out
It's
right
fine.
now.
Roll.
I'll walk over to Alar, and I'll say, "You speak primitive."
Yes.
Was a name given on the piece of paper?
No, there's no name of his on the paper. There's no mention of a knoll at all.
All right. My name is Rollerman. What is yours?
Ooh, God's fragment color.
God's fragment color. All right. I assume that translates to Alar in common.
For what I wrote, I will say no. Alar is just a name he gave himself.
Oh, okay.
Must have a normal name to travel.
What's your normal name then?
Alar.
Alar? All right. Why are you here?
Travel.
Travel.
Me, shaman who escaped Dragonland.
Really? Escape from what specifically?
Rebellion?
You see at the mention of that, Zell's kind of eyes perk up and looks back over at James as he's kind of reading from some little like notebook as he peers over it.
Revolt. Slave revolt. Rebellion. Both?
Both. Do I have any knowledge
James
of this?
is
Probably not.
looking through a small ledger that he'd be keeping at this point.
Yeah. Give me a gather information. We'll say Roman on this, since this would be recent history. So.
Yeah. We see. Oh yeah. +1.
Maybe you can charm this gather
Yes,
information roll.
Of course.
Oh,
Why wouldn't
fucking
I?
wow!
Of course, why
All
wouldn't
the
I?
information is laid there before. The great.
So why does it separate its foot? That's weird. There's a little
What's
cut.
the first one?
All right. As you go, and just kind of think about it for a second. You've heard a lot of mentions from merchants back in the Toth lands of Karrar Castle, especially on the black market. There was a lot of word from mercenaries that were kind of going about their business about a massive war going on. At the same time, slave rebellion in Movasi's southern main territory has completely blown up. Blood's End is supposedly wrapped up in the situation currently. There's supposedly a lot of money being kind of pushed in between the lands right now, and someone is rumored to be backing Himkin as the slaves have been gaining a lot more troops and a lot more armaments as of recent.
Just a self-natural one. Good for them.
Fair.
And where do you want to travel? Anywhere particular?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yes. Make new family. Travel.
Alright. Well, thanks for talking to me, Alar. Do you know anything? You are Beastkin, right? No, wait, no, not Beastkin, sorry. You're a Knoll. Do you know how to talk to Beastkins at all? Because I remember we have some Beastkin slaves.
Can speak to them. Speak 4 elements. Speak big man. Yes.
Speak big man?
Yeah. Big man.
Giant. Took me a second.
Necessary language for combat.
This he hits his head to the side. Necessary for combat?
Yes.
What do you mean by
Want
that?
show?
What do you say?
Want show? Can show you.
Maybe later.
Not destructive.
Not destructive?
Not destructive.
disruptive, perhaps?
No.
Sure.
No.
By all means, shall we?
He will walk out of the line.
You notice the rather hefty orc, Alar, starts to kind of follow you with his backpack, kind of pulling himself out of line, and you see he's holding a very large, like, metal object. It looks kind of, out of game, it looked like a frying pan. In game, you've never seen an object like this before, and
Is
he
this-
seems.
Yeah, the new-
He seems to be following after you, and kind of as soon as you go to stop, he will kind of stop and stand right next to you and kind of start to hold the pan above you for a moment and wait to see what you do.
Who is this? Who is this, Grandpa?
Oh, this is Grandpa.
From your reference, Roman and James, yeah, you would see this as Grandpa, who just kind of follows Alar out.
I just give Grandpa a thumbs up.
Okay.
Grandpa's good. He's ready to bonk.
I'm going to start not actually drawing, but just making motions with my foot to make in my mind, markings on the floor, but not actually.
Okay.
And I'm gonna roll a binder check.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
See how
Whose
this goes.
bad.
soul are you stealing, you bastard?
It's not
He's
bad.
not stealing his soul. He's just borrowing.
Who's
They're willing.
who's-
They're willing. Screw you. All right, cool. I succeed. Good. No negatives.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna post what everyone sees. And all of this is not real. I want to point out this is all like an illusion. Because everyone knows immediately. Because no one will get hurt. No one will. Because every summon has a description. So they see a giant icicle. A blurry white form appears within the ice. She shatters it. This large minotaur, with a feminine voice, shows up and then vanishes, and suddenly Alar's wearing plate armor.
I've never seen anything like that ever done before.
As this happens, at the same time, you notice the expanded area around Ilar, where almost the figure seems to appear in this haziness, seems to slightly glimmer with an outer shell. Though translucent, as you look through, you see Grandpa looks completely confident and comfortable in the situation. As Ilar does this and the armor starts to glow, you see slight spikes come off of it. The armor, I imagine, it's still a vestige, correct? It's not like a physical object.
The armor's for show for a second, it slowly fades.
Okay.
So it was like a see-through.
Yeah, so as you see the glimmering light of this blackened armor kind of show up a heavy plate, it mirrors some, for a moment, James, plate of legends of a legendary being that for some reason you recognize the plate itself, though you don't recognize where you've seen it or why it, for some reason, it sticks out, like what memory is keying off for that. But something catches your attention as you see it. As it fades, though, you watch as the glimmering light shell around the area seems to fade, and Grandpa puts away the frying pan and walks back in line.
Does it look
I
like
give
the
him a
plate-
nod. Thank you for being ready to stop that.
Yeah, the frying pan was was it raised in like
Alright, so
in case it did something bad?
no, from your perspective, it looked like Grandpa, though none of you would have noticed this, as Grandpa is technically shorter than Alar, Grandpa seemed to be slightly taller by the time he was standing outside next to him, and be at the same height as Alar when he held the frying pan above his head.
Have I ever seen anything like what Alar just did?
You can give me, we'll do another gather information. I think that's the easiest one to go for that. Unless you want to give me a knowledge arcana specifically.
I'll give you a knowledge arcana.
Surprisingly, I think history is the most fitting for this class.
Yeah, same. I agree, but
I
arcana
think
also
history,
fits
right?
for it. Yeah, I'll take history as well.
16 for
Arcana? Okay. Let's see what Roland gets. 19. And that's a history, or is it gather info?
That's history.
Okay. For knowledge arcana, James, you watch this, and for a moment you think, this magic, you've never seen this school of magic before, though something about it seems similar to the way of transmutation and necromancy, like a combination, though it's not. It's almost unique in its own ways. You also notice the symbols that Alar was drawing were not giant runes. Those seem to be strange in their design.
They celestial, by any chance?
They are not. Surprisingly, you don't actually speak this language. I did check.
I was. That's why I was just checking to see if they were celestial, because I know that's a really weird one for me to have.
With the knowledge history, Rollman, as you think on it, you've heard tale of supposedly people who could raise dead to wrap around them, like bone armor and such. Even beings who could raise golems to wrap around their body to, like, encase them. Something of this sort. You've never seen a creature, in a sense, raise another creature and then spawn something from it. This was a completely different form of magic. Something you've never even seen James use.
I just realized I posted the wrong manifestation.
It works.
But I do have the image of what the armor looks like without all the arrows piercing it, because this is the creature.
So no arrows.
Yeah, the bright platinum horned armor. Mm-hmm.
Yep, platinum and red armor with horns.
As Alar comes back into the inn, Zels looks to continue going over his little notebook, counting off a few things. Miyamoto sitting there chewing and eating on a few bits of what looks to be some sort of meat off of a bone. The other slaves continue as they go in, get washed, and are sent out to go get processed through.
And I don't know if James would notice, this armor is technically, through description, divine in nature.
He did not notice.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They focused Arcana instead of sensing what magic it actually was, so...
Mm-hmm. As you do, though, kind of look back over, Zels kind of looks up and goes, also, besides the Noel fellow over there, we've lost 3 slaves, I've seen. And he kind of points them out to James on the document and goes, Orvir, Orum, they're both listed, and then some dragonkin named Ice.
Yeah, those ones were ones Essa specifically.
Alright.
Well,
No.
Himself, so...
Well, as long as that's
I'm
under...
not as worried.
Alright.
2 of them were, as she referred to them, fuck-ups.
Hey, not my problem. I mean, as far as it goes, I think the rest of them will work there to the company. Means if any of us dies, the company keeps them. I think that's fair. Yeah, it's the only one that's got a listing for a marking. Shows him as free though. You know, he's in the back. Says his name's First Flame. Marks him as a free man.
He's talking about the OR.
Yes.
The humanoid Goliath with the
The Beyond God follower.
Yep, the one with the big
Yeah.
horns. Yep.
He was an interesting case according to them. Technically I purchased him though.
Well, it says here, you're not the one who paid for it. It says Essa was, and it says that Essa apparently gave the order to give him, to allow him to be free. Well, apparently right after.
Given what I sensed from him, I have no problem with that.
What'd you say, Rollman?
Is he still here?
As you look about and kind of start looking in the line, you don't see him in the line. As you look in the bathhouse, seeing that the lichen or the thickums, the seal lycanthrope, is currently being washed. You look about, you don't see him anywhere at all.
He must have already left or something. Also, looking at Chesn's message, you just clap your hands and we just switch places.
Yep, I am where you were and you were where I am.
Oh!
A bit disordering.
As a large suddenly appears sitting, I imagine, in the chair that Rollman would have retaken after looking about. Now Rollman's standing in the line with the slaves as they kind of look at him confused.
I just laugh. I walk back over.
Zealous goes, oh! Yeah, that brings up a good point, James. So, James, I got a letter for you. I hope you don't mind I read it.
Okay.
He hands it over to you, and he goes, I kind of smudged it a little bit, I do apologize, but I memorized it, as far as it goes, as he hands you over the broken sealed wax of your father's house. You read on there the name Alfondreg Frostbuster, and the seal of Frostbuster.
All right. I need to roll a decipher script for this,
Yes.
with it being smudged.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have ranks in this. Can I help him?
Sure. Can you read? Well, can you read Dwarvish?
I can.
Cool. Yep, then not a problem. Alar, who's kind of, I imagine, just kind of watching this now, sitting at the chair,
got a
food in front of
four.
him.
Do
I'm
I
just
roll
bad
with advantage from
Gotcha.
from his health?
Yeah, I'll say advantage. We'll say a +4 for it.
That would be an 8 total.
Wow.
James is a little distraught that he opened his mail.
As you open it, seeing the light smudges, the obvious stains of what looks to be water or tears, you're kind of hard to tell. Their letters kind of drooping all the way down the thing. As you read through it, it reads, "My last will and wishes to my son, James Dreg. I wish for you to sign on with Alfred Stone and take the House of Frostbuster and revitalize it to conquer everything." And then it kind of cuts off there as most of it becomes too smudged.
Do I know how Alfred Stone is. Period. That's not a safe place for me. He's known to be a bit insane.
Someone roll me a D100.
I got you.
As James kind of contemplating this, stares at this, going through these thoughts. James, as you do, kind of like as you're working through your thoughts, realizing this guy's crazy. This would be a horrible decision. This would be a bad investment. You watch as almost to your nightmare. You see as the man himself walks through the doors as they kind of push open, and in comes Alfred Stone himself in his black merchant outfit, or his black nobleman's outfit. A nice little bow tie, his nice long black silk robes with a bit of what looks to be some sort of loosely tied leather jerkin underneath. Short cropped red beard, very cut or refined red hair, and multiple rings across his fingers. As he comes walking with a large cigar in his mouth, looking about, you see his bright orange eyes and immediately can recognize him, though he doesn't seem to seem to notice you at all as he's looking about.
These are my father's last wishes, but there's still a strange mystery around how he died and why the Frostbuster clan was technically supporting Sarazeki.
But wasn't he executed?
Yeah, so James is just gonna put the letter away.
I'm gonna be between James and...
Okay. Kind of your back to the door and kind of looking at James as he's reading this, I assume.
Just randomly eyeing the person that came to the door. Yeah.
Oh, yes. This man here is Alar. Is what he wished to be called.
Roman finally introduces Alarm across the table.
Hey, the letter was interesting.
Does he know any other languages that I might be able to speak to them?
He said elemental languages. I don't know what that meant.
Well, elementals speak their own languages, so...
He does know giant. Is what he said.
Could have led with that.
It was going through the list, alright? Yeah, look, there he is. He's got a D20.
As you as Alar, you kind of sitting between James and the door, kind of eyeing this guy. He seems to kind of almost lock eyes out of the side of his eye, and without moving his head, as they seem to like almost unnaturally stop and lock with you, a little glow of orange to him. Give me a will save, please.
Me or Alar?
Alar.
Well, you probably have good wisdom, right? Right?
I have good wisdom. I have good will saves. We're gonna see how I roll. 22?
As Alar, you get a cold shiver down the back of your neck, like as if there's a predator in the room ready to pounce. And as you lock eyes with this creature, you know this isn't like James. This isn't what like a normal snow here. This creature's wrong in every way possible. You feel fear in the deepest part of your gut right now as he looks at you.
Alar's gonna resummon his armor as he doesn't lose eye contact.
The armor reappears, covering your entire body in a translucent light, and you see the figure kind of turns away, eyes kind of looking over to the bar as they walk over, and the creature goes and sits down.
I assume I see Alar
Oh,
activate the armor.
Yeah, James and Roman, you see this Zels who doesn't seem to pay much attention or even care. Fame Seeker, who's kind of eyeing both Alar and the figure up. He has one sword, kind of slightly drawn out of its scabbard on his hip.
Is that James? You get a description of Averstone before, have you, or not? To Roman.
Yeah, you would have probably heard about him and how he technically counts as an entire clan on his own.
I was gonna say James would know. Also, since Roman, you've been back with to James's home country, you would have met Alfred Stone at some point or another. Maybe not personally, but you would have seen him at events and stuff because he's never missed an event. He always dresses well for his events, basically.
I think Alar says in primitive, "What is that thing?" As he keeps looking at Alfred Stone.
Confused. His name's not taboo or anything, right? I can say it.
Yeah, his name is only known as a nobleman. Yeah, it's not like some big evil. He's not a god or anything in this age. Okay. He's just a well-known nobleman.
It's just Alfred Stone. He's a well-known nobleman from the Snowbeard lands.
Alar shakes his head no.
This is a pretty terrible idea. I don't know if I should do it or not.
James, you see that Rollman and Alar having a slight conversation between each other in primitive for a moment as you kind of watch this. The figure has kept his back to you and seems to order a drink as the troll kind of nervously walks over and sets a beer down. You can see their hands shaking as they do so. This large... like ogre-looking creature that looks to be kind of, although ogre in size, looks to be kind of thinner for its size. These are known as Ogrillion, would be what you'd recognize this race as. His long hawkish nose giving away the creature's title, as you see on his shirt, written in very poor common, a symbol and then a name Long Nose. As he sets the drink down shakily, you watch as the figure seems to put his cigar on the table and then just starts drinking it, not even looking towards you lot, just seemingly staring at the bar.
None of my business. I'm not getting roped into this bullshit.
Zels kind of looks...
Just out.
No, that's the thought going on in my
okay.
head.
You're not saying that.
James is slightly nervous, I imagine, sweating bullets at this point.
Well, what does the letter say?
We'll talk about that on the ship.
Okay.
Zels kind of looks over at you and goes, so it read, Rollman, basically.
I cut him off. I was like, if James doesn't want to say it out loud in here, I would advise also not to do it out loud.
Why? What are you nervous about? There's like no one... And you see as his eyes kind of stop on the figure at the bar, and he goes, "You know, gentlemen, I'm suddenly feeling quite tired. I think I'm going to go check the camp we had set up outside.
You saying we didn't have rooms?
No, kind of the tent we set up outside.
Like, you see him kind of drop a key off the side, goes, "No, I think I lost my inn key. It's no matter, I'll go take care of the camp."
It's right here.
As he kind of backs up and...
Rollman, I grab him.
Backs up.
Rollman, we set up camp outside. Ask our new friend if they would like to join us so that nothing happens in town. Rollman would recognize this as James giving...
I'm getting it. It's Alfred Stone's the problem here now. Rollman is now. I don't know what's going on, but right. Alar, do you want to come with us?
Alar nods. He just doesn't like where he is right now as he keeps looking at Alfred Stone.
Are all of our slaves dealt with?
As you look about, most of them have already processed through. You also look about, most of the inn is now emptied out. As you notice that during the conversation, a lot of people cleared out the back way, where the slaves were being taken out. It's you lot and Longnose, the innkeeper, who's literally standing there looking in the corner nervously watching this guy stare and smoke his cigar.
It's time for us to skedaddle skadoodle.
I ask Alar what he sees.
Instinct not like him. His emotions to James different monster.
Am I getting that from Alfred Stone? I'll actually look at him proper now, like sizing him up.
As you see his back, he is kind of chubbier than James around the middle. You can definitely tell he's a well-fed warrior, looking him up and down. You know what? Let's do profession mercenary to see what you can gather on him. Because that is, imagine your first way of sizing someone up. Is saying their combat capability.
Yep, it is. Ah, yes. Natural one.
The next one.
Roman, you look at him and compare to James. He's slightly pale like James, but he's got red hair, which, man, you know from your own species, red hair means that they're really weak and allergic to the sun. Like they burn, their skin gets burned in the sun. He's kind of chubby in the middle, whereas James, although James is not in warrior shape, James is still in decent shape. So you're pretty sure this gentleman's looks kind of hefty. His arms are still big enough. You can see the very clearly defined muscles on his arms and into like his upper back, but his lower legs and the rest of his body looks to be somewhat flabby in the very loose-fitting gear, the pants he's wearing, as well as a shirt or overcoat. Especially with the cigar smoking as well and the beer drinking or the ale drinking you're seeing him doing, you're almost 100% sure you could probably take this guy in a fight one-on-one.
What am I not seeing?
Fame Seeker kind of looks over at you and then kind of still looks at the creature or looks at the Alfred Stone and looks back at you and goes, "I don't see it either."
James is. I'm imagining James and Zels are already halfway out the back door.
I'm sure you left us here.
Oh yeah, I imagine it's just Alar at this point, roll him in
With a
and
whisper into the Whispering Gem because it can't be spied on.
Dude,
normally.
we've spied on so many times. What are you doing?
Meet us outside the town.
Alar, what are you doing while
Doesn't
Wolman
have
and Fame Seeker kind of are staring at this figure?
Oh, I'll leave now.
Are there quest papers?
Huh? Yeah, there's quests on the one of the walls. However, the wall it's off to the wall to the right where you'll be in clear eyesight of this figure sitting at the bar.
From what I know, he's not here for me. So if I as a good prey in this case, if I shut the fuck up, don't talk, and grab what I need and leave, I should be left alone.
Don't make eye contact and just listen.
Keep my head down despite being very tall and just grab what I need and leave.
Yes, you tuck your body in on itself. You watch as Roland kind of heads out the front door off to the side. Fame Seeker kind of watches you waiting. You still see he has his blade like slightly cocked out as his katana with one hand on the blade on the handle ready to go, but has not unsheathed it fully. As he watches you kind of grab a bunch of pieces like a piece of leather off the wall. Understanding you've seen adventurers doing this around the area, so and he kind of as you kind of pack a few of them hanging out the door. You watch as Fame Seeker kind of looks about and. The last thing you hear, Alar, before a loud explosion and the sounds of something wet smacking the walls behind you as you leave is, "You don't look that strong."
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
He's dead.
Son of a bitch.
The slight smell of blood kind of trickles from the air as you leave, Alar.
Left at right time.
I'm
you...
making sure I gather up all of our guys and I'm going, we're leaving.
Oh, yeah, Zels has got a few of them in the carriage. He's got Thickums now on the ropes up on the thing, kind of calling his carriage as a few of the other slaves get in. A few of them annoyed, but most seeming to answer. A few kind of get on the cart with BK as he starts pulling them along. Most seem to the beast folk kind of seem to walk in the back.
Do I see the first flame out here? Because he said he'd go with us.
Yeah, he seems to be sitting on top of Zels' carriage. On the very top of it. Just sitting there watching, kind of looking out.
Have at least some defense.
You see, as you look up at him and as you come out, kind of sees you and goes, "There's a really powerful guy in there. I'm not going in there."
Hearing that.
Yeah, that's why we're leaving. As I As I,
James, what
as
is
I
up with
run
that guy?
along.
Tell me right now.
As you kind of
What-
come out,
what is with him?
as you say this, Roman, looking at them, you also then suddenly hear the loud smacking of something wet and as a piece of what looks to be something kind of noodly comes rolling out of the back door. A bunch of red, what looks to be splattered across the walls inside.
Does
Ratman
James
did-
see this?
James sees this. James sees this as you see as basically the last person walking out as a Lar.
Ratman said
James-
you not strong to man and died.
I just curse imperative. I like that
James's
guy.
eyes go wide. We are leaving now.
What is up with him?
As
Do
you
you
get
know
up,
something
We'll
I don't,
explain when we
James?
get more than a mile away from him.
Oh my god.
you see the slaves kind of gather on. BK starts moving without really much prompting. As you kind of start to walk, and you hear as the back door kind of opens again, and you hear a very light whistling coming from the inn as the door kind of comes to a shut down the road. As you guys are about out onto the main street now, turned heading down and out of the city, the whistling starts to get louder and louder until. As you get to the gateway, or the gate to go out, rather, well, what would be a gate? Really, just the guards and a few chunks of wood that have been set up to kind of block the entrance here. You hear, or rather, and see the man coming down the street, cigar in hand, smiling, or you once while taking it out and whistling, as he goes, "Oh, Jamesy boy! I can smell you, my nephew!"
I know they're related.
You do not roll them in. They don't even, from your understanding, they don't even have the same last name.
What? Are you actually related, or is what's going on?
Roland turns
No,
to
I'm
you in the
related.
wagon. Huh? James, you are not
Am I
related.
Nope.
James, I know you've got Zells in there. Don't make me come get him too. And you see Zells' cart stops in front of you at a dead stop and starts to kind of pull to the side, blocking your path. Zells just like, you can see him work through.
PK.
You can see Zells kind of peek his head there and whisper, "I'm sorry," and then tuck his head back down.
I'm looking. You know the dirty look that you get from a sibling?
Yeah.
He's getting that.
As Alar, James, and Roland, as you're on this cart, the Hexblade kind of sitting off to the side, excuse me, I'm trying to, yes, Rain. Rain, as well as the Duskblade Nada, the female drow, kind of sitting off to the side, kind of watching this. Alfred kind of comes walking down, takes his cigar out of his mouth as he puffs a big circle out as he comes up to you. And kind of comes up to the side of your cart and goes, "Why would you leave your good friend back there, the beast folk?" Was he a lycanthrope? I couldn't tell the difference. You know they all are slaves to us.
It was his choice to stay. I said to leave.
And that's why I liked you. Always smarter than your father. Knew when to run. Knew when to get out of it. Did you get your father's letter by chance?
I did.
Well, I hate to tell you there. I was there in his last moments. He asked me to make sure that you were taken care of. You and your mother. The entire Treasure clan has sworn allegiance to mine in exchange for my protection. Unfortunately, the only way to keep you alive is now for you to do the same. As unfortunately, Garum is not as accepting right now of allowing the rest of your clan, or your father's clan, to walk away after some of the atrocities that were unveiled. You know, blood magic, soul magic, all that nonsense. I know you had nothing to do with it, and that's why I've come to offer you my protection. And I figure in exchange, you know, your blessing, if that would be fine.
My blessing for what?
Well, your mother's very lonely now, and I mean, after I took your father's head, I mean, it's only right. As he kind of gives you a toothy smile with the cigar still sticking out of the side of his mouth.
Roland would notice every hair on James's neck is starting to stand on end. This is one thing that I think Roland would easily notice.
Do I
James
remember
is
the name
getting
of the
more
lich?
and more at edge.
The lich never gave his name to you.
Shit.
Was it written?
Nope.
The paper just says "Call my name" when you need me.
You can roll if you want to roll an intelligence check to see if you can try and figure out how to interpret that. It'll give you a chance at it.
I'll roll that, and then I'll do it how I interpret it after the roll.
Dude, what are these fucking rolls tonight? As this was given to you, and what from your understanding, Essa was the only one who had purchased and who the lich had owed. You put two and two together and figure you got just a good chance of shouting Essa's name and something happening as trying to guess what the lich's name is.
I'll hold it while they're talking, Alfred Stone and James, and I'll say I was for Essa.
As you do, time freezes for a moment. James, as his kind of fists starting to clench, knuckles starting to whiten a little bit, looking down at this figure as he's kind of standing down. James, I imagine, still at was at the front of the cart, kind of guiding BK. And as it does, Roman, your body you can feel seems almost completely solid. Though as you look about, you see the same cloaked figure, his long crow-like face, plague doctor-like mask on, his brilliantly purple robes, a large wagon behind him full of what you see is just wondrous gear, items of legend and history that even at a glimpse you recognize a few items of your own people that are legendary that have gone missing. But as this time freezes, the gentleman seems to, or the figure seems to kind of look over at you and go, "And what is your wish?" You feel your mouth kind of slacken and your face kind of slacken a bit, allowing you to speak.
I would wish you remove this man named Alfred Stone and make sure we never see him again.
I can only do half of that request. I can make it difficult for him to return to you, but I cannot promise that he will not return, as he is beyond my power.
Good enough.
You could
I
wish for the
appreciate it.
protection of the Treasure Horn clan instead.
I don't like this guy.
He
Roman's
nods.
got
Scares me.
He nods and goes, "Your wish has been granted, and the favor from Essa has been repaid," as he bows. And as time unfreezes, James, the white knuckles, and as you feel something for a moment, you see James or Alfred about to say something, almost as he pulls a cigar out of his mouth, and then in a millisecond, like a blink, he is gone. And Zels kind of looks out the wagon and goes, "James, are you alive?"
Yes, Zells.
Did you?
I am, and I don't know what just happened.
Oh, that wasn't
James's
you.
voice is shaking.
Oh shit! You know he's gonna kill us both now, right?
Hopefully it doesn't come back for a long time, but no guarantee on that.
There is one other way for me to technically avoid whatever the Frostbuster clan caused, and that'd be to renounce the clans.
Yeah, but for that we gotta go to Uthgarim and explain that to him. That's. You sure?
Can you send a letter without having to go off and risk your life?
You're asking me if I want to head off and hand deliver a note, or deal with Alfred
No.
Stone potentially coming back. Oh, yeah, I'll write that letter. I'll be back. And you see his cart takes off. Thickums on it and at top speed.
I raise a hand. I asked him if he could do it without.
He doesn't even stop as he interprets it differently and
I stop him to get my people off. Then.
Well, he didn't. Yeah, Thickums is the only one on it because Thickums was the one driving the cart as the cart is taking off at top speed. As you watch people kind of dive, or as the slaves kind of dive out on the sides trying to get out of the cars, he's shoving them out. He orders Thickums to jump the gate or bust through the gate, and the gate as they go charging through. Some of the trolls seem to watch in almost astonishment, not expecting something to actually come charging. But as the carriage pushes through, the trolls seem to chase after him as Thickums and Zels disappear off into the distance down the road.
Well, he's gone.
Well, I can put his 30% back into the business. He can't complain.
All right. So, I got rid of him, but not forever. That is a terrifying man.
Yeah, instead of making him vanish, you could have. What
You
did
want me
you
not
do
make him
exactly?
vanish?
You could have
him not
asked
go
him to
away?
protect the Treasure Horn clan.
And
It
then
would
what
have
was he gonna do
shifted him
here?
off.
You're still gonna ask
He
for your
wouldn't have
mother's
been able to
hand.
do anything, and
You
I
want
could have
that?
refused then, because then there would have been something else protecting whatever granted your wish.
It still would have died. Still would have died.
Probably wouldn't consider you a treasure horn. You'd probably die. Along with the rest of us, in some regard, possibly. Especially for me, since he would probably know I made that.
Cut to the
You did
distant.
the
more
right
powerful-
thing. I'm just frustrated.
Cut to the
That's-
distant dark continent where Alfred Stone has been left and abandoned in the middle of the continent to take a long time to return.
He might fucking die.
Or come back twice as powerful as he would have normally.
Yeah. Hopefully
Well,
we'll be dead by then.
you did say people that go there can't come back.
And if they level to that level, that degree, yep. If he
So
goes
if he
to
gets
that level.
wrong, he'll get marooned.
It's true. But as you lot kind of see, the troll guards that were at the gate have now long gone. The line that was there is kind of cleared out a little bit and kind of continued through their orderly method. But you guys are kind of left at the middle of the
I'm
room.
gonna look at what is your name, Alara?
Huh?
Alara.
Lar.
In Giant, I'm gonna say, so, thank you for following. I'm sorry that your life was put in danger.
Normal. Every day.
You guys want to go back to the inn since it's empty now?
Oh, hell no.
Why not?
I grabbed money papers.
You got money papers? What does that mean?
Those are
I start-
bounties.
I start playing
quests.
plus
Yeah.
travel money.
Let's go get the ship set up for everyone else to work on. We'll put.
See a few of them
First
kind
Grandpa
of.
on charge.
The beast folk kind of pushing in their bags, kind of like stretching after having to do a duck and run or roll after with the speed of that cart. Few of them wiping
Let's
themselves
get this set
off.
up first.
You do notice the first flame himself, though, managed to easily jump off the cart without issue when it seemed to be flying at top speeds. But yeah, as the rest kind of pick themselves up and gather around, the cart's too small to carry most of them. BK is not strong enough to pull.
Are we far enough out? Are we even outside the city? Or
No,
how
you're
far would we
still
need to walk?
within the city at this point, but it'd only be about another 10-20 minutes walking before you'd find a clearing.
Let's
We'll do
go
that.
do that, and we'll remove Curse the.
Okay.
Let's shoot.
Yeah, as you head outside the city watching, you see the distant dust cloud, realizing that is definitely Zell's as he is off on top speeds. You kind of head out to a clearing and off to the side of the road, seeing where it's been slightly fenced off to the right about 100 feet, or about 200 feet further down the road, where you can see mines are starting to start to kind of pop up and peck the land, or pepper the land. The clearing, though, here seems to be the only place that it looks clean, as you notice the clear markings of where you fought the jaguars earlier, still seeing the claw marks on the ground, as well as the bushes that were slightly thrown, kind of trashed.
All right, I will pull my little ship out, and I swear to God, the first person to make a toy boat claim, I'm going to look at them very dirtily right now.
We should put it in a
Fuck.
glass bottle.
You, I will hit.
What?
As I
Who?
gently slap, roll him in for the glass bottle claim. Yeah.
Yeah, as you turn, I imagine Rollman handing over the remove curse spell, or dispel curse.
I never had
Yeah.
it. It was just James.
Oh, James had it? Okay.
Dragon.
Alright, yeah,
It's a
handing
dragon.
that over, Rollman kind of turns, jogging back off to the city, as
back.
kind of as you, leaving you with the rest of the slaves. You watch as one of the slaves, Rain, kind of eyeing up with it, Rollman running off, kind of jogs after to chase after him, with her blades in hand, ready to go, ready for a fight, as she seems to be smile eagerly chasing after Rollman. But as you turn, bringing out the scroll, casting the spell, BK going off to the side to find some grass. ship expands out back out to full size, slamming down onto the ground, not as if it's damaging, but as the bottom of it impacts the ground, it seems to kind of float up slightly after it, causing BK himself to startle as the whole cart kind of jumps up off the ground a little bit. Alar, this is probably the first time you've seen a skyship that up close, I imagine, like this. As he just took this toy and tossed it out, read something off of a scroll as it started to glow, and the ship expanded out to full size.
Magic.
You see some of the crew kind of looks on at this, and as the first limb kind of jumps aboard from the wagon, kind of smiles down and goes, "Holy hell, there's even food!" As he kind of...
we kept it pretty stocked. Grandpa, would you mind being the chef?
He looks over at you and smiles, and...
Smile.
He looks over, he smiles back, and goes, as he pats you on the head, and goes, "Of course, young James, I would be honored. If you don't mind, I'll get to my station. I'll have a list for you by morning for what ingredients we need for any long travels we're gonna do, and let me know if there's any issues with anybody for what they eat. I gotta figure out how to feed beast folk, vegetarians, and
We will also have milk and cheese," as I motion to the two ox.
Good to know. How are we getting the oxen up on the ship?
I'm gonna go up and get the pulleys, and we're gonna get to work.
I'm a little too old for that, Sonny. As you
That.
you see a little appreciative smile as he heads up climbing up onto the ladder, or starts climbing the ladder up.
I go get the pulley system set up and get everybody working to get everything onto the ship at this point.
All right,
There's
Alar.
a large labor.
Yeah, Alar, as you follow in, Alar, as you kind of join in, you see the large, white-haired gnoll behind you that stands about 2 feet taller than you. Has a bit bigger a mouth, and seems to have fur so thick that it covers its eyes. Although, as you kind of eye it, knowing your own species, you recognize that the fur is not actually covering the creature's eyes, but actually it's just a obvious stealth, doing it on purpose to give off a false sense of weakness for this creature. As it kind of looks at you, you hear it speak in primitive as it goes. "I know you. You smell the weak."
I gotta just cock my head to the side.
He looks down at you.
God smell weak? God does smell weak.
"Weaklings like you, make our people weak. I'm watching you." So he kind of puts one finger to his eye and points at you.
I have so much work to do because I'm gonna have to make a few things. There's gonna be a lot of crafting during the next trip.
But as a few moments go by, you see as they kind of get the oxen up, as you pull them up, getting them below deck. The Thrycreen, or Potion Thrycreen, kind of brought on board by what you recognize immediately, James, as Nada from earlier, who seemed to have produced the cage from almost nowhere as she kind of came aboard, smiling at you as she kind of hands it off to you, and then goes to, or disappears into the bowels of the ship.
Okay. I'll make the announcement about how we're doing this later. I'm gonna go put the potion crate in my room, making sure they have plentiful flowers, basically.
I'm back.
At this moment.
Alright. As you lot kind of settle in to start working about the ship, Rollman, as you return back to the inn. As you go in, you see that there's looks to be a large crowd kind of around the front entrance, a few onlookers that seem to kind of be eyeing up the building. As you kind of go around the side of the building, going into the slave exit that you had come out of earlier, you look at kind of poking your head into the door. You see the door still shut, or the door at the front is still shut, but you don't hear any sounds of wet slapping or anything within the inn. But what you see in front of you is nothing more than just pints of blood, or gallons of blood, splattered throughout the entirety of the inn. A small pile of mush and organs, kind of in an area where you remember seeing Fame Seeker last standing. blades still there. His leather armor you can see is kind of splattered across the wall. His the only thing that remains looks to be his belt with his two katanas and his dagger.
Didn't he also have a bow?
Oh, sorry.
Didn't he have a bow as well?
As you look
It was
about
amazing, bro.
as you look about, you don't see the bow. As you take a moment, it looks to have been exploded with the rest of the body,
Oh, okay.
as it was on
That
his
means
back.
That gear's more likely to be magical, because magical shit's harder to break.
Yeah. I'll gather those things.
Yeah, as you pick up pick up the buckle or the belt with the two katanas and the green not green dagger, the dagger in the green sheath. You kind of grab it and head out. You see you rather hear as you kind of get closer to the back exit, the sounds of slight whimpering and sobbing coming from behind the bar.
I assume that's the barkeep walking over.
Well, you can look if you want, or you can just.
Nah.
As you kind of shrug your shoulders, accepting the situation, and head out the back. You disappear back into around the corner of the building and head out into the main streets without anybody ever noticing you. So you head back to the party, finding them kind of on top or on board the ship as it slightly floats off the ground, just waiting up outside of the city.
Oh, good thing it worked.
Yeah. As you come climbing up, seeing James and Alar kind of talking and I imagine discussing which
Rain's
quest
still
to go over. What?
Is Rain still just sort of stalking?
You don't see Rain anywhere.
Did I see him at all or no?
As you look about, you don't see Rain. You never saw Rain follow you in.
That was just what I was asking.
James is gonna just go a little pale in the face.
What's wrong?
Should have given order of not run off. Fuck. Rain followed you into the city, and now I don't know what's going on. I don't care. Right now, we're gonna just focus on some jobs and get out of here within a week. Because he's gonna come here to search for us first, and I don't want to be here.
Alright. You're still paranoid about the whole Alfred Stone thing?
I do believe I've explained to you before that he's a one-man clan.
Yeah. You never explained beyond. You just keep saying he's one-man clan. What does that mean? I know he's strong, but he doesn't look physically strong. What is he strong in?
He's a
Magic?
berserker.
He doesn't look like a berserker.
As far as I know,
Looks like a normal man.
Stone has never had much talent with magic. He's been a frontline fighter and a warrior in that way.
No idea.
As you're saying this, you hear someone kind of climbing up the ladder as the boards start to kind of slam against the side of the what's the bottom of the ship called?
The hole.
Hull. Thank you.
Hull?
The whole
I'm sitting here. I'm like, I know it's on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, the hull. As you hear like the slaps of wood on the hull, this familiar sound of the rope ladder down below, kind of clattering against the side of the ship.
At this moment, James has got himself worked up that he has a spell at the ready.
As you do, you see as the head that pokes up is the familiar Rain, as she seems to be covered head to toe in blood. With her, what now you realize she carries on her back is a massive greatsword. It looks to be about the size of a giant's blade. So this is a huge greatsword. It almost dwarfs her back as she seems to be kind of carrying it up with her. As she looks at you and smiles as she climbs on. Huh?
I relax a little bit because it's at least it's not Alfred Stone.
She looks over at you both, kind of wiping the blood from her face, and goes, or all three of you, and goes, "I wanted my sword back."
Ooh, who had it?
Oh, just some pirate, big shot. I don't know. Hey, doesn't matter.
Do I recognize the sword?
As you look it up and down, go ahead. Let's say profession mercenary. See if you've seen this on the battlefield.
Of course. Oh.
You're fine. I will switch the spell that I'm using to prestidigitation and snap, cleaning her up
Okay.
of the blood.
Give me 1 second. I'm just pulling up the information real minute.
Alar's looking at James. Nervous.
Magic
Very
man.
concerned. You know what helps Alar when he's nervous? Nap time. I think James needs. I'm gonna pick
Wait.
up James.
Oh,
You're gonna get glared at immediately. Put me down in giant. He'll say this in giant. Put me down.
Yeah, you would recognize this weapon as these two kind of are as this goes on. This would be recognized as a notorious pirate known as William the Kind. No, some people have described him as a Drakekin, but there's been no known fact on what he actually is. Supposedly, he's got somewhere around like 30 ships under his command, and is supposedly some sort of ancient noble. Most people know him as William the Kind.
will you follow?
She looks at you and goes, "I'm covered in blood. Of course I was."
It's time
Assuming
to.
you killed them all, as I'm
Look away.
swaddled against my will.
Are you... Oh, Alar, put him down, please.
No, too nervous. Make good decisions. Need rest.
James, you need a nap.
I need to be put down, and I just need to go take a breather.
Oh, but I did find something interesting. Red kind of looks over at James and goes, yeah, that fella, the fella with the red beard, the one that was really scary looking.
Yeah?
He left something behind in the end. Did you? I don't know if you noticed that. She pulls out a little golden beard clasp.
I'm grabbing that from her
Why?
hand.
Why?
You're gonna
Why?
trust-
Why? Why?
Trust it.
I'm grabbing that from her hand, and I'm going to identify it later. And
My
then
God.
I'm not trusting this. It's going
As
to
you,
be
oh,
the
give me a reflex save. A reflex check. It's a reflex save either way. So you can beat her thing.
Oh, no.
Because James is terrified. 16.
Let's say you're gonna try to grab the potentially cursed item. What DM loves doing curse on contact items.
You know Alfred Stone left that, and you hate him. Why would you do that?
I don't know what y'all are on about. I would never do that. Give me a second. I'm just seeing what my modifier is. Okay.
If Alfred Stone hands you a ring of 3 wishes, would you take it?
That's a 28.
Oh.
As you go to grab it, she like easily pulls her hand up a little bit away from you as you're still kind of slightly swaddled by Alar, and she goes, "Oh, the cranky baby wants his toy. Well, you can't have your binky tonight."
James is going to just take a deep breath. No, we didn't take anything from that because there's a likelihood it's cursed. There's also a likelihood it could fuck me over or lead him to us.
Oh,
I should grab it.
I already cast Identify on it. What do you mean? It's literally, there's no magic. It's literally just a golden thing with a strange symbol on it. I don't know what the
symbol.
She kind of holds it out, and you see this bright red-looking object. Though it's so malformed in the design, as it looks like this the gold has been kind of pulled and bent in a way that it's really hard to tell. It could be a sun. It could be literally a slot for something, a gem, and other gems. It's kind of hard to tell with the way it's been torn up.
It looks like it made that way, or is it get torn up?
It looks like it's been slightly busted a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It
You
seems
can
like there's
keep
some sort of
them.
gem in it before.
Just don't steal anything you find on the ship.
She nods and
Might be
goes,
something.
James is looking just
"How much it's worth? You think?
exasperated.
Would you say it's worth a contract of a slave?" She kind of smiles at James. I mean, it's a pretty impressive binky, if you ask me. She kind of flips it in the air, playing with it with her in her hand.
All right,
I'll
I'm not.
make an announcement about that to everybody here in a short while.
Whatever. And she kind of pockets it and kind of walks off. Sorry, Lar, go ahead.
I'm gonna go set James below deck to stop whatever this was. Flirting, mating. Alar doesn't.
I'm getting away from you. Let me go.
I
I'm
mean,
an
he did
adult.
clean her off.
She disappears heading below deck and seemingly vanishes. Though with a ship like this, it should be pretty hard to vanish amongst the numbers, even with how tall it is. But yeah, James, as you're brought below with Alar down to the second deck, to where the bedrooms are set, Alar kind of brings you into what I assume was S's room at this point.
Yeah.
And just kind of sets you in a pile of what looks to be a lump of like a nest for a creature to kind of roll up into.
Now,
Is it
Alar
like-
suggests. Alar
Is
suggests
it
you meet
Nessa's
right
nest of
after.
fucking gold and magic items?
Nope, there's nothing in there.
This is Alar's nap nest.
James is gonna stand up calmly and walk out.
Alar suggests meeting with wife after calm down, and then Alar's gonna lay down.
I don't have a wife.
Alar is speaking primitive. James, you.
I say this in giant because I know they can understand giant.
Why do
You
you,
don't
say
know what I
don't have a wife?
I,
How would you say you
okay,
don't
I
want?
say I don't need a nap in giant as I get up and walk out.
You need nap. Very stressed.
He is very strange.
Are you speaking
I'll
common
handle
at that
it.
point, Alar, or no?
That one's in giant. He's a
Okay.
little better at giant commons.
Okay.
I'll keep my conversations with Laura in giant from now on and go. I'll deal with the stress in a different way. But that you picked up.
Alar, you know what that means, as you're very familiar with how mammals deal with stress.
In primitive. Oh, he dragon layer. Oh.
You hear in the distance the beast folk chuckling and laughing. As now the rumor starts to spread amongst the crew about the legends of Dragon Lair. The two kobolds looking slightly nervous as they hear this.
I have a headache already, and it's only. Actually, no, it's been quite a long day.
I was gonna say it's like 5 in the afternoon or in the evening at this point. It's you've been up most of.
Quest.
As you head out the door, you realize the quest paper, all the other documents were with Alar back in the room.
Alar has a circle of them around his nest. He's looking at one by one.
I'll
I'm
see
gonna
James.
knock
And
on Alar's
I'll...
door.
Nope. I stop James before he goes. Like, James, I know you want to get stuff done. You are stressed, okay? I'll deal with the slaves. I'll get all their roles and stuff. Go actually like lay down or something. All right. Do I know if there's a dock in the
Calm
city?
down.
There are no skyship docks. From what you've seen, there's one under construction right now, but it's troll construction. And it doesn't take Roman much to realize as he sees pieces of wood kind of falling off, where there should be very key points of structural integrity to realize that they're not very solid.
I'm gonna guess Seiji didn't roll too well on the construction.
Net 1 3 times in a row.
Oh
Oh,
man.
fuck.
The other thing, holding it together is willpower. I will promise you that.
Willpower.
As each of the planks of
Look, if
wood,
they
as he
lean hard
asked.
enough, it'll work.
Yeah, as
Hey,
each,
it's Climate Aquarium, so.
as each of the planks are covered in green colorium, as he quoted, it's the best, so even with a natural one, it won't fall apart, but it's not pretty looking. And it's basically, as if a primitives tried to build a large, like, a ladder up into the sky with a single really crappily put together tower that's just, like, bones, pieces of green wood kind of ramshacked together, and at the very top there's a leather platform with leather skins and tines on them, so it's slightly bouncy, like a trampoline.
I'm gonna look at Merlin while he's thinking about this. Remember what we said about doing with any of them as we purchased them.
I won't mention how long yet. I'll just get them their roles and stuff right now.
That's fine. We'll figure out how long they'll work for and everything afterwards. I'm gonna go. James is actually gonna go up to the captain's quarters for right now.
As you go up there, James, leaving Roman behind, we're going to follow Jim for a second. As you head up, James, heading into the captain's quarters, going up to the top deck and then going into the through the front door, you see laying in the large king-sized bed, both Nada, Rain, as well as what you recognize immediately as the large baboon alchemist, who gave his name as Monty Fisk, all kind of sleeping, like, snuggled up on the bed. Rain is still slightly covered in bits of blood, though this blood, you realize you cleaned that up earlier. That shouldn't still be there.
I'm just gonna walk over to the desk, sit down, and just let everything kind of flow out. Go into a meditative state to let the stress sort of melt away as I just sit there and meditate for it.
Okay,
Imagine a different way of letting it all out.
We'll come back to you in a minute. Roman, as you kind of watch James head up the stairs, kind of knowing that the only room upstairs on the top of the deck is the captain's quarters, it doesn't take you too long to realize. Though you remember seeing both Rain and Nada sneaking into the captain's quarters, and so with the slight realization, though, realizing it's too late as you hear
up there.
as you head kind of running up, you see as James kind of the door slamming behind him, just seeing through the slight glass that's there, the thick glass in there. The sigh of James slumping his shoulders as he looks at the bed and walks over to the desk, sitting down and closing his eyes.
He's probably
James
okay.
is a gentleman.
I'll leave that. I have to assign everyone else first.
Alright. As you head back down below deck, smelling the smell of cooking meat as Grandpa begins slamming pots and pans together. The three beast folk seemingly helping as they start kind of cutting up different vegetables and fruits to add into the dish. The doppelganger from earlier seems to be sitting with their mask off to one of the desks, or one of the tables, just kind of playing with a couple of cards. As the same with the first flame as he sits across from them. Looking about, you do not see Goodist or Lascale or Raoul, though you do hear at the down below at the bottom deck the slight noise of people walking around, which doesn't take you long to realize that's probably where the rest of them are. The two kobolds also have not been found, but again, having seen them come on deck, it's not hard to figure out where they probably are.
The blue and red one, right?
Yes, correct.
All right. I'll try and gather everyone when it's like the food's done.
Yeah.
And then when everyone's gathered, besides the ones that are in the bed apparently.
Yeah, as you wait a few more.
They're all doing this stuff.
Yeah, as you wait a few more minutes, as Grandpa starts ringing a bell for chow, you watch as the rest of the crew gathers, even the three from earlier who seem to have been in the captain's quarters, kind of come down, sitting about. Many of them gather around the table. I imagine Alar, are you napping at this point, Alar, in the background, or are you going to be coming to join?
Hear the dinner bell.
Yeah, I was going to say, he is on the second floor, but if he's currently unavailable, as it looks like, we'll give him... Yeah. Alright, Roman, as the rest of the crew kind of gathers around, they look about at you. Oh, Lar's back. Welcome back. Alar, as you hear the dinner bell, are you going to be joining with the rest of the crew, or are you going to stay in your room?
Free food.
Alright, as you smell the smell of meat, you come out and listen, kind of seeing the slabs of a meat you're not familiar with, though it smells like a hefty bacon-like scent on the air. Different vegetables kind of set aside, some fruits, and a very sweet, or a very hearty sauce that seems to be kind of set across the meat. There's also what looks to be a very fancy thing of white, fluffy, what you would recognize, or some of you would recognize as mashed potatoes, those who aren't primitive. Those who are, you would not know what the hell this is, as this isn't a dish that would be normal for your own people. As Grandpa kind of sets everything out, kind of handing a plate to everyone individually before grabbing his own and setting one aside for James. They kind of, the group kind of starts to chow down as Grandpa eventually kind of smacks what looks to be an iron cup, and the entire chow hall goes quiet as they look around, and Grandpa kind of points to you, Rolman.
Alright. You don't know who I am? I'm Rolaman, an associate to James, who is the company leader. We'll start with basics. You're all slaves. You're all crew here. You'll be doing jobs that are fit for yourselves. This gentleman here, he's Grandpa, correct?
Mm. He nods and smiles.
We doing the cooking. This is very good. Is it good?
It reminds you of Tell Aussie's cooking.
Very
So
well
very.
done.
Very good.
But for others, you'll be doing pulling ropes. How many have not worked on a skyship before?
All of them raise their hands.
Oh, shit.
We're gonna figure it out.
All right. We're gonna figure this out. We'll do some test flights around, get you all acquainted with what you'll be good at, and then we'll go from there. We'll be doing a long trip to the Tabaxi lands at some points, probably within the next month.
Grandpa kind of
We'll make sure.
holds up his hand.
Yeah.
Mr. Roman, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
The seal lycanthrope. I think his name was Thickums. Why didn't you bring him along? He's a master skyship smith and or worker or something of the sort. He kept talking about how he could craft and build and work pretty much anything. I mean, he said he was very familiar with things. That was his first plan when he got out.
I frowned and I had count. He's not here.
No,
Well, 'cause he didn't get off the.
he went with that Zels fella. He was the one kind of driving the carriage. You guys told him to leave.
Oh shit.
This information was not shared with me.
Shut up, you're asleep.
We'll have to do without.
I'm meditating.
Meditate quieter.
I was not informed of this.
You see, Rain raises their hand.
Yes, Ryan.
So, what do I don't want to hurt my hands. What if I don't want to work on the ship? I'm kind of the killing type. This sword isn't really a decoration.
Don't worry, we'll probably fight sometimes. There's sky pirates, of course.
Sometimes. You see some grumbling amongst the crew.
Don't worry. We ran into plenty already. We've run into, and I'll recount the story of our mad chase from the storm giants.
You get a lot of people kind of looking down at and kind of some of them agreeing that they would have done the same. Others thinking that you're fools for running. But none of the crew seems to outright challenge you or say anything. Although you do notice as you look about the crowd, many of them seem to lock eyes towards your direction. They'll seem to be looking kind of past you a little bit.
Can I roll for to understand why? Like a sense motive, perhaps?
Yeah, give me a sense motive.
Sense motive. I probably rolled the most fucking sense motives, and I think I have 0 ranks in it.
It's true.
+1. 10.
Wow. Aggressively average. As you kind of take a minute and kind of look about, you notice many of them seem to be locking eyes with Grandpa behind you, who seems to be reinforcing every point you're making with hand gestures and such.
Grandpa being a good person, good cook. Oh,
Should I say the order right now? Why not? I'll wait for James to be here. Yeah, probably at some point. We'll go ahead.
You see Ren kind of looks up and goes, "What about what's our standing orders as far as while we're in town? We allowed to do what we want as long as it doesn't harm the company or anything like that?"
As long as it doesn't harm the company.
Ah.
Do you all understand what that means?
You watch Rain just stand up at that nod and starts kind of turning to head towards the stairs to head up.
We'll stay here for tonight, though.
You see her kind of wave as she heads up the stairs, kind of leaving. The rest of the crew kind of watching her leave and looking at you as if expecting you to do something.
Rain, stop.
As you hear a slight annoyed cat laughter and then a slight zapping noise. You hear a few moments later as the footsteps return back down, and the person, Rain, kind of look out through the doorway, or look into the doorway and go, I'm following orders and I'm being zapped. Do you really want me to kill you?
I said to stay here. He didn't stay.
You do understand these slave collars can't stop me from killing you. They can only stop me if you can command before I can cut your throat. Well, technically anyone who owns the company, and James up there is already asleep, so let's call this a simple draw, and you let me go do what I'm gonna do, I'll make you some money, and we'll call it even.
What are you gonna do?
Be back before dinner.
Back before dinner.
Is-
We already
is
had dinner.
That was breakfast for most of us.
It is quite late in the afternoon. It's an interesting breakfast.
You see her kind of sigh with annoyance. You really don't want to do this. I really don't want to have to make you look bad in front of all these people. You see, she kind of eyes her big blade on her back as it kind of shrinks down magically as she goes through doorways and moves about, kind of shrinking to kind of fit the room as it needs to. And she kind of then looks down at her belt and pulls a small dagger out of a pocket and goes, "So not to kill you, I'll take this weapon and I'm going to show you exactly why you need to let me do what I'm going to do, or we're going to have problems." And really, is that understood? She kind of looks you, Rollman, dead in the eyes.
Look them dead in the eyes. I'll size them up real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead and give me a profession mercenary. I will say, you do know that they're already a very experienced warrior from their paperwork, having noted that they're one of the top hexblades in the world. From the documentation. You got
average today.
you figure you got 50-50 odds with this. Is your best way of putting it. As you look her up and down, you're not confident you could beat her one-on-one, but you're not lacking in the confidence that you have a chance here. It could go either way.
Probably just sigh.
As she
I'll go up. I'll gesture for us to go up to the top deck.
As you head up, you see Alar kind of stands up and starts following, kind of standing next to Rain. Rain kind of nodding and kind of follows up, goes up to the top of the deck. She stands off to the side, or to the opposite side of the deck of you, and kind of having a dagger in hand, looks at you and goes, "So you want to be made to look the fool in front of your entire crew?" At this point, James,
I'll just draw my blade.
You can start. James, give me a listen check. Yeah, see if you can hear it.
That's a 17.
Say the -2 since you're in a trance. Oh yeah, I would say you start to hear the sounds of people kind of suddenly coming up the stairs, the loud footprints, and people starting to kind of making noise out in front of the door.
I'll snap myself from my trance and go see what's going on.
As you open your door, you see as Rollman draws his blade, Lar kind of stands off behind Rain. Rain has a dagger in her hand and is smiling confidently. The two look like they're about to go at it. The rest of the crew's kind of standing in the stairway or off to the side watching.
James is not having this.
And waiting for Rain's move.
Rain's
James
not
says,
moving it.
"Bruh,"
You
staring
watch...
at Alara.
Alar?
Not Alara. Not Alara. Rain.
Okay, I was gonna say Alar does not do it. As you say this, you watch as Rain drops to the ground, and you see the defiant look in her eyes as she is forced down to her knees.
Letting out a slow breath, James is going to look at the entire crew. I'm going to make this clear. You're welcome to do whatever the fuck you want if it doesn't reflect badly on me. Go out and commit any crimes. I will happily sell your asses off to the first person that comes asking right now. There are a few of you that I feel bad saying that about, and I'm going to be honest, I have plans to do something very nice for everyone here. And I was going to explain that after I had some time to calm down. Looking down at Rain, I apologize for using that way. But I'm not about to have you disembowel someone I trust.
They were going to disembowel.
Whatever you're going to do,
Probably anyway.
you are welcome to go do. You get caught, it's on you.
As the command word breaks, she kind of gets her feet, kind of wiping herself off. Um,
James is
you
having no bullshit. He is very stone-faced right now.
you see, she just kind of glares at you and puts her dagger away and looks over at Rollman and goes, "Looks like we'll dance next time, sweetheart." As she kind of pops her back and heads over to the side of the ship, hopping off the edge of it, disappearing towards the town.
I'm going to quickly go through the list of people, and I'll be telling Rollman to bring them each to me one at a time. We will start at the top of the list. Raul. Alar. You're gonna be working as interpreter for me, if that's fine with you.
Oh, uh-huh.
I'll speak in Giant so that Alar can translate easily, and offer Raul 3 trips for his freedom. These trips are in 9-month increments.
Raoul just kind of stares.
If he understood, he did. If he didn't, oh well.
Sorry, what?
If he understood, he understood. If he didn't, oh well.
If he can come to me with an acceptance or reject or different offer later.
I mean,
moving down the list.
Raul, you're talking to Raul, right? And he's the
owlbear.
Rahul.
owlbear. I mean, I speak his language, like, fully. I speak Orc, so I can fully get the point across.
Do you translate?
Well, yeah, that's what I was told to do.
Alright. Raoul will respond back and say, I will need time.
I mean, Alar will tell that back to James.
Okay.
I'm not really decision
That's fine. That is fine. Next up will be Lascale.
As Lascale comes up to. Now, are they meeting you in your captain's quarters one at a time, or you just have?
Each one is coming up to the captain's quarters one at a time. I'm not going to them right now.
All right. As the rest are kind of
James
sent down below deck to kind of sit in the kitchen with where they were eating. Yeah. One at a time, they do come up. Lascale comes up and looks at you, kind of slightly nervously tapping his feet kind of against the floors, and then kind of waits to see what you say.
Given your previous experience, and from what I understand, you were a sky pirate before, correct?
He nods. The old face kind of narrowing slightly.
3 trips, you're free, and then you can stay on as an employee.
That's very generous of you, Sonny. Sure, I'll take an offer. If it'll let me get a chance to experiment on some giants, well, all the better. Do you have paperwork or somewhere where I can sign?
James will draw up the contract right in front of him, not making any
Should probably add a
plays here
clause if
or any.
they make the company look bad, it'll be extend their time.
I will have a clause. There will be a clause for if they break a law while still in service to the company, whether it be enslavement or as an employee. They will, if they're enslaved, they will be left there to serve their time. If they are an employee, if they will be again responsible for their own problems at that point.
Okay. He seems to sign and smile as he hands you back the quill and goes, "You're doing the right thing, but you've lost a few of the crew. You'll have to earn their trust back." As he kind of stands up and kind of heads back out.
I look at him and nod, and say, "Yes, but having one person disembowel someone else on the ship would have also been bad."
He kind of, as he pauses to hear you at the door, kind of nods and closes the door behind him.
Thickums would be next, but he's not here, goddammit.
Correct.
So we will be going with Goodest.
Alright, as you kind of bring Goodest up. The 10 foot tall, large, white furred canine, and it kind of sits down at you. The smell of wet dog kind of emanating from them. Their fur covered in muck, gunk, and other things that even the people at the inn weren't able to wash out. He looks at, or what you think he's looking at you, though you can't see his eyes under all that very thick fur.
I'm looking at his paperwork at the moment, going over and seeing how his level and everything. Without Essa here, we need someone to be able to take care of the animals. And Goodist right now, between Goodist and Monty Fisk, Monty Fisk, can't fucking say the name today. That is our best. Him and as a combination, those two are probably the best ones to work
Can't
with.
say a name today, he says. As usual.
Shut up.
I'm not wrong.
No, you're not. This way, shut up. I'll look at him in giant. I'll be saying this so that LR can translate. We need a beastmaster to keep the animals cared for. I'm gonna offer you what I've offered everyone else so far. 3 trips, which is 3 stints of 9 months, and that'll earn you freedom, and then you can stay here and work if you like. It's an employment offer after you're freed.
You see, as Alar goes to translate this, Goodis kind of slightly bares his fangs and seems to have a low guttural growl every time Alar speaks. As Alar finishes, Goodis kind of looks at Alar and Primitive kind of goes, "Does he know you're weak?"
Do not challenge a shaman, young man.
You see his eye, he's kind of narrow. "You will die, old man."
I just want this night out of the game. If this fight's not stopped, I will kill him by beating him to death with a stick.
He doesn't know, and I'm not in there. He said World of One.
I'm just out of game. This is what's gonna happen if this isn't
Well,
stopped.
I do recognize some of the patterns of Primitive, and
I mean, the obvious aggressive signs from this figure is not hard to pick up, surprisingly.
Growling from both.
James will command attention by taking a. Well, I'm guessing I'd have an ingot sitting there and just smacking it on the table.
You
Snapping
see-
the attention back.
They both look
I
at
think
you,
the answer-
glare. Goodis kind of
James'
looks at
face
you.
is calm at this point,
Okay.
and in giant, I'll say, I need an answer. If you can understand me, we don't need Alar to translate. As I'll flip through my languages to see if he knows any of them.
You watch Goodis kind of eyes kind of looking at you the entire time, James, as you try through the languages, and he doesn't respond any. You see Goodis kind of just glare at you the entire time. After you finish trying to talk to him, he just looks down at the document in front of you and just puts a scratch of his finger across the line at the bottom of it and walks out.
Is that a signature?
James wouldn't know. I mean, you can try a sense motive.
As a similar species.
James would
that-
roll the sense motive on
Signatures aren't a thing to primitives, so
Yeah.
I would say there's no role for that. I'm sorry to say for Alar, but James can go ahead and give me a
21.
sense motive. I mean, James, as you from the body language of the figure and the fact that he didn't just shred the document or try to shred you, I mean, it's pretty safe to say he's falling into order. Though you do get the sense that him and Alar are going to come to blows over this.
That'll be a problem for another day. I have a good while to fucking fix all this, and I'm not letting this ship fall to shit right now. James is not
Almost a family.
Monty Fisk is coming up next.
Alright. You watch as the large baboon kind of comes walking in, smiling, a couple vials on his hip, sits down, kind of looks at you as he kind of picks away at his fingers and hands.
Alright, with what you can do, having an alchemist be able to brew potions for the company would be useful. And everything else, Do you understand the language I'm speaking? I need to know. As I will flip through all of my languages again because I have to know.
At this point, you should just write like hello in every language and just see if they.
You know what? I might do that for the
Add a
next one.
postcard, you know.
As you kind of flip through, you watch. He seems to acknowledge every language you speak as he just nods up and down each time.
Oh.
Good. I don't need to have Alar translate then.
He shrugs.
Your view on the world is a little with how you're more. I'm guessing the neutral evil thing would be known on the paperwork.
Yeah, it would be
He's
noted
more
as
selfish than I.
yeah. The system, as far as slaves go, this would be considered a system of how their behavior reflects and what they were doing beforehand.
You're a selfish person, from what I can tell from the paperwork, though.
He
And while I
shakes
don't
his
really
head
have a
no.
problem- Oh? Would you mind staying at? Well then. Taking everything into account, I will offer you 4 months of slavery, 4 trips, not months. I gotta get this shit correct. 4 trips. Those are each 9 months. You'll have your freedom, and you'll have an offer at the end to continue working.
The creature
If
kind of
not,
stares
can
at you,
go wherever
puzzled.
you'd like.
It kind of shrugs his shoulders up and down.
I would present the same documentation as I'd be writing this out as I go.
He takes the pen and with very almost beautiful calligraphy, a very smooth lines and almost like art like design, he signs his name, Monty Fisk.
I look at him and go, I'm taking precaution due to what your documentation said.
He just shrugs his shoulders as he kind of stands up.
I nod at him. And then
He heads out.
the twins can come up.
As you
They
call
can
for
come up
them,
one at a time, or both at once. I don't quite care.
as
I
you
know they've been kind of inseparable.
as you call for them, they do arrive. Though both of them kind of look slightly to be shaken, both slightly paler, as they look at you.
I will speak in Draconic to them. First off, apologies for what you saw. I'm usually much calmer. It's just been a lot today. James would say. Seeing as how you both are, and going over your paperwork, I would like to offer you 3 trips in exchange for your freedom. You each work 3 trips and you can be free, with an offer of employment at the end. You're a crafting wizard from what your paperwork says, as I'll look at the blue one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean the red one, and then look at the blue one, and you are a mounted combatant.
They both
of those
look at
things-
you and smile and go, "Wrong way."
Yeah. Blue.
I give
You're
a
right.
smile.
Blue is the wizard.
I look at the blue one. Apologies.
He kind of
How it
nods.
was written out here is a little off. Then, but and with that, I would offer employment. I myself am a crafter and would love to have an extra set of hands to work on anything magical.
The
I
wizard
give a
kind
small
of,
smile.
the blue kobold looks at you and goes, "I mean, I could tell you my name, but in Draconic it'd take you half an hour to pronounce it. So, just call me Scales. And you can call my brother over there Slaughter. I think
Slaughter.
it's the closest translation I can think of into common. We don't have a problem, but I have a question for you.
Yes.
Why do you have a mark on your forehead?"
I going to check that real quick.
With what?
Does he have a mark for it? I can look.
Yeah, as Alar kind of looks over, Alar, you don't see any marks on his head.
Weird.
What kind of mark is it?
I
Water
mean,
shakes his head.
it's all.
Maybe
I
find
mean,
something shiny to look at.
you're
That's what it is.
cursed. I mean, it's clear as mud. You've got a big symbol that says "I'm cursed" basically on your forehead.
Something to deal with and ask for some help with from someone else.
It looks a lot like that symbol that one gal brought on the gold thing.
Yeah.
But for your question, my brother and I are fine with signing up. We don't accept the title of slave. If you use it, we will rebel against you. But otherwise, yeah, we don't mind.
I won't use that title. For me, you guys at the end of the month will just be employees.
That's weird.
That way you worked off what was pent for you, and again, and I'll slide over the contracts with the same types of clauses where if they fuck something up somewhere, it's their problem generally.
Can I ask you another question?
Go ahead.
Who paid for all of us? Because you notice we don't have your name on us. Like that one chick who bought the others.
That I'm not entirely sure about.
So you're
That's
telling
one reason
me
why I'm.
that you're not
That's
freaking out that there's a guy that just spent probably thousands, hundreds of thousands of gold on all of us and just gave us to you?
I'm concerned about it, but I'm going about this as best I can. That's part of why I kind of flipped out earlier.
I think there might be a spy or a traitor amongst you if you're not thinking about that. It's just too good of a deal. I mean, I know
James
he's
looks
clear.
at him. James is looking at this kobold with a wide eyes, like, yeah, hey, I know.
I want to put out there. Esta said the same thing the moment they were bought by someone else.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, that sales guy is gonna betray you.
I figured as much.
So what guy? I didn't catch that.
Zells.
But you don't wonder
No.
how I can tell that. You are a mystery person as he kind of fills out the paperwork. I can't tell if you're
James,
extremely intelligent and know every move, or if you're the dumbest man I've ever spoken to.
Both.
James just
Watch
smiles.
this.
I guess you'll have to figure that out on the trip.
I'm starting to lean one way, that's definitely true. And he kind of looks to his brother as they kind of both nod and kind of jump off the seats and head out the door.
Great. Rain already left. I will deal with them tomorrow.
They did.
It's time for Shigo.
As you request them, you hear as the three figures come walking in as Bite, Whitefeather, and Shigo all come in. The three beast folk, the Goot, the Shark, and the Raven. As Shigo kind of sits down in the chair, the Bite and Whitefeather kind of standing behind her. Whitefeather's eyes kind of jumping about as his head kind of almost moves as quickly and as oftenly as a chicken. Bite seems to be completely unconcerned, picking his teeth with one of his nails as he kind of pulls out some bones out of his mouth. As Shigo kind of sits down and looks at you.
I will write out in each language and say, which one of these can you understand?
They're all gonna not be able to read.
I put a hand before James can write, and I just shake my head and I point at my mouth and point at them.
James will nod and then start in Giant. Each of you will have a slightly different offer because, well, I have to account for everything here. Shigo, I'm willing to offer you 4 trips. Those are each 9 months. And after that, you'll have your freedom to stay or go. You'll have at the end of it, there will be employment.
You see the eyes of the creature. She looks over at Alar. Alar kind of translates it, and she kind of looks back at you, James. And Primitive goes, "This man wants me to serve for the rest of my life. Tell him I'd rather him kill me right now."
Very, very short lives, I guess.
Short.
Yes.
4
How long
months
did James say to serve?
4 months.
No, you
not
said
4 months.
4 trips.
You said
That's
4
9
trips.
months apiece. That is 9 times
36
4.
months.
36 months. That is 3
3
years.
Alar will look at James. 3 years, rest of her life. Not long lived.
Then how about this next trip?
I guess I'll translate back 1 trip.
You see her kind of look up at the other two as they start to kind of whisper amongst each other.
That one goes for just you.
We're all gonna do. They won't.
I have to consider each one.
Does
Alar is just gonna ask how long each of them live to put into perspective.
Yeah,
Alar-
that'd be helpful.
Shigo looks over at you and goes, "I'm the youngest."
Alar will look at James. She is the longest lived.
One trip, all of you, that is 9 months, and you're free to go.
She looks
Or you can
over.
stay and see the world as we travel.
She looks at Alar and goes, "No, stay. White Feather stays and serves full."
How does Whitefeather feel about that? I look at Whitefeather.
He looks to be slightly smiling.
Oh.
I'm sense motivating that fucking smile.
Sure.
I have White Feather's paperwork in front of me, goddammit. I don't trust this shit.
Red Wizard.
Fucking 14, god damn it.
He looks to be just happy and excited about the concept of working for you, from what you can tell.
I'll translate back. Due to short lifespan, Whitefeather offered to serve all of their times if the other two can leave.
This is a pickle.
Because I know James doesn't want White Feather. That's the only one he really doesn't want to have on this ship.
Willing to
Problem.
keep eye on Whitefeather.
Would James like a second to think about this and discuss this, or would you?
Yeah.
You could circle back and say you could.
As James takes a moment to
Alar will put something in perspective for James. Could try to convince other two to stay and help, not as slaves. I think I can do it.
James would nod and give you permission.
Okay. Alar will say do that later.
Shigo kind of looks
James-
between the two of you.
James will say to stay in Giant. Tell them I need time to think on that one.
Okay. I'll say need time think. We'll talk to you later.
Shigo looks at you, Alar, and just kind of huffs. Looks at James as she doesn't seem to remove or stop her eye contact as she puts her hands on her knees and kind of pushes herself up. She pats Bite on the back of the shoulder, and the only thing you hear as they walk out in Primitive, James, that you recognize is the word weak, which would be a swear word in Primitive. Alar, you hear Shigo say that, or to Bite, say, "He's not as weak as he looks, but he's definitely not as smart." As they head,
backhanded compliment.
Alar will nod sagely.
as they kind of head out the door, James, the three of them dissipate. The last thing you see is the smile on Whitefeather's face as he turns and is the last one to exit. He seems to wave at you and smile, and for some strange reason, similar to Alfred Stone, you get a cold shiver down your spine. Not for the power, but there's something wrong with that fella as you look at him.
I need to get this curse off me, but that's gonna come after this. It's time to bring Grandpa up here.
Curse? Me do curses.
If
Kind
you
of.
can undo a curse on me, that'd be great. But first, we're gonna talk to Grandpa for a minute. Grandpa's great. You'll like Grandpa.
Guys,
Alright.
That's the guy that was threatening to hit me with a frying pan.
he was. Did Alar see that though? Did Alar know he was gonna hit with flying pan?
DM pointed out to me that he was following me.
Okay.
As Grandpa kind of comes up, smiling, him in his in nothing but at this point a very thick tank top and what looks to be a very long wool kilt. He and an apron in front that he has a couple of cooking utensils, wooden cooking utensils in. They're slightly smeared with. As he comes in, he looks, seeing you, kind of wipes his hands off on his apron and smiles as he sets your plate down off to the side and goes, "So what can I do for you, James?" Man, why am I going Irish tonight?
Well,
It's always default.
well, Grandpa, your accent's definitely changed.
I know, right?
No, I came up here because I'm going through everyone that was purchased under the name of the Golden Merchant Company, and I'm going to do this. This one trip, you are welcome to.
He looks at you and goes, excuse me, Sonny, but you said Golden Heart?
Not Golden. Ironheart. God damn.
Man cannot remember any name. It doesn't matter.
James is frazzled today, and he
Oh,
takes
don't you
takes a
James
moment to
Frazzle.
slap
This is
his
usual.
cheeks. James takes a moment, slaps his cheeks, and goes, "The Ironheart Merchant Company. I apologize."
Take your time. Eat some food, young man. It'll help you focus.
James will take a small bite and then go. Anyways, as discussed before, I do believe
Mhm.
this one trip will pay off whatever it took to get you, and you're welcome to stay on board. We'll be happy to have you, so you can see the world like you asked.
I've got different terms, son. How about this? And you kind of
Because you had the trip to the Baxilands was to see your daughter, I do believe.
granddaughter. He holds out his hands and he holds out his hand and goes, "This is my deal with you, young man. I'll sail on this ship free of charge, except you pay for any ingredients I need and any cooking equipment I need, as is deemed necessary. And I think that's fair.
I'll nod.
And in
I'll nod.
exchange, I only want one thing. When we
Yes.
head to the Tabaxi Lands, I will go and see my granddaughter. You will not ask me where I'm going. You will not ask how long I will be. You will wait for me where I ask you to until you are not to be or until I tell you not to. If you can accept those terms, I'm happy. You can. I hope you understand. I don't want a bunch of young merchants, especially young men around my granddaughter."
James would nod very calmly and go, "I can accept that."
Kind of holds out his hand, kind of waiting for you to shake it.
I'll shake his hand.
You feel a magical surge flow through you as a pact is sealed. Grandpa smiles, and you see for a moment a figure beyond comprehension of power, and even something that
Grandpa.
even something that would make Alfred Stone pale in comparison for a magical ability coming behind this man. And then almost as instantly, it's gone. And you're almost sure that for a second, as you think about it, and I'm talking, you'd have to hit a DC really high for this to get anything else. You think for a moment that your god, or that magic has just blessed you in this grand agreement. That Grandpa was a sign from the mana itself that you were doing the right thing, going forward or in the right direction.
I'm glad we got that settled. I didn't want to keep anyone in service for too long.
He smiles as he goes, "Yes, my old knees can't hold these years. I don't think I'll have many years ahead of me. But maybe there's something I can still learn as we travel. I look forward to doing business in the many lands and seeing the smiling faces that you bring on, James. The bright future you have," as he kind of pats you on the head and heads out the door.
I give a smile as we will call in First Flame. He's already free, but I'd like to have a talk with him anyways.
As you do, the Goliath kind of comes walking in, his large, prominent purple horns, his thick, purple scaled skin. He kind of comes walking in, kind of ducking through the door as he does so, a book in hand, not even leaving eyes with this book, and looks as he sits himself down, looks up at you as he sits down, taking some spectacles off, and puts his book off to the side and goes, "Yes?"
This, as I would slide an employment contract across, that would guarantee him pay. It would be
"Oh,
number.
I don't have to go back to hell for it?" Yeah, it takes a second, looking at it, and smiles and goes, "I tell you, I'm fine with this. I got no issues with it. I'll serve as your, I guess, doctor on the ship. The closest thing to it. Y'all don't seem to have anybody able to heal around here. Oh, no offense, your god's kind of a lesser thing, I know. If you don't mind my asking, you don't mind if I preach at all on the ship, do you?"
Personally, I don't see a problem with it. The god I felt from you was very warm and inviting.
He smiles and goes, "It's true, she's a kind one. I plan to hold sermons on every day I can. But I'll set up a little shop down with the animals and make sure they're taken care of and watched over as well. No contract necessary, but don't expect me to do any jobs for you off the ship. I'm not really good at the whole, or really, well, not good at, rather. I'm not interested in fighting anymore. I've done enough of that in my life.
The only thing I'll ever ask is if everyone comes in danger, do your best to help.
I will
Whether that
follow.
be healing or getting people away.
I will follow the tenets of my god. I cannot promise no more, no less.
James will nod sagely. And then he's gonna raise it with a small question. Do you see a curse mark on my forehead by any chance?
Oh, that's not a birthmark.
No, that's not a birthmark.
Mm-hmm.
Could you remove it, please?
Oh, no.
Could you
Does that
inform me
follow the
why?
tenets of his god?
What did you say, James?
Could you inform me as to why you could not remove it?
I've already answered that question for you today.
Alfred Stone scary. Got it.
No.
That wasn't it.
He is though. I do think that. I won't deny. You're smart to have banished him, though. I did sense that he didn't go as far as you'd hope. The beaches are not as dangerous as one would expect. Though, with no ship and no water, who knows what could happen? A normal man would die with under less capabilities.
Oh, yes. But thank you, and welcome aboard.
He nods and smiles as he kind of turns back and heads down or out the door.
And finally, it's Nada.
As you call for her, no one shows. You wait 5 minutes, 10 minutes, as you and Olar kind of sit there.
Well,
Roland, as you're down below with the rest of the crew, have been kind of going playing a one-on-one. You see as Nada's kind of called, and as she pretty much kind of heads up, or looks like she's heading up the stairs, she kind of immediately turns back and then heads back down, or heads back into the room, grabbing another plate full of food and sitting down.
You're not gonna go talk to the captain?
She kind of looks at you and goes, "No."
Any particular reason why?
I mean, I've got a slave collar. If he wants me to do something, you just got to ask it.
Why you gotta be difficult?
I mean, I'm a slave that was taken far from her homeland. I think that answers your question, and I'm having to answer to a man. I mean, there's not much worse. I mean, no offense, but men are stupid. I mean, look at yourself. All that power, all that strength, and you're out here wielding it for some lesser being instead of protecting your people and your village. I mean,
People are stupid.
Yeah, they're the dumb ones. You're the one who's in a contract with that guy. I mean, he can't even fight.
Some people aren't made to fight in this world.
It's true. We call those dead.
No. I don't agree.
You don't have to. But I tell you, with my son out there, I have no interest in listening to your master. I'm gonna do my job until I paid off my debt like I promised, and I'm out. He's got a problem with that. He can command me otherwise, but I'll sooner chop my head off than take orders from a filthy snowbeard man.
It's good to see how you feel. I'll go inform her.
She sticks her tongue out, kind of like as she pulls her eyelid down slightly at you as you turn to leave, as she goes back to eating her food. As you head up, saying James, I imagine looking kind of irritated now at this point, having waited 10 minutes for this person to come around.
5 minutes would have moved on and started filing up all the paperwork that was signed up today.
Oh, okay. As you start kind of filing away, Alar, what are you doing during this?
I mean, until I'm not needed, I'm just hanging out. Once I'm not, I'm gonna go talk to the
Okay.
fucking.
James would have told you as he started filing paperwork that I think I'm good with this. He would have told you I think I'm good with this one.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So you would be welcome to leave or stay as you wanted.
Yeah. Then as Alar would take off, heading out, passing Roman on the stairs. Roman, as you head up, opening the door, you see as James is kind of working about, putting away the paperwork as you enter into the captain's quarters.
Were the slaves talking about their talking with James at all down there? Or no?
Most of them seem to stay almost awkwardly quiet. A few seem to like comment in different languages, many of which you didn't seem to catch.
Mm-hmm. Did they? How'd it go?
Well, most of them, except for two, have been given their time for, except for two that didn't show up, and then the three beast people, the goat, the shark, and the bird.
Mm-hmm.
All now have time frames set for when they'll be freed, and a few of them even have offers for standing to stay. The names for the two kobolds are the one with blue scales is Scales, and the red one is Slaughter.
All right. Yeah, not a, like Rain doesn't, like listening very well. They said they'll pay off their debt and then they're gone. That's what they said.
Oh, well, they won't know how long they have to pay that. That's what I was doing.
But yeah, it'll be a
Oh,
work in
no.
progress.
They don't get to just... James is going to look at you and go, they don't decide how much they're worth. That's my job right now.
I get that.
That's why James gestured to all the paperwork basically covering the desk.
It's like a lot of fun there.
Rolliman would get some sense that James is trying to bury himself in work right now.
Yeah.
That's not healthy.
Does Alar say this?
No, Alar left.
Alar's left. Yeah,
Alar's gone.
Alar's saying this. Had no understanding.
Alar is the mental health
Advisor in the background.
advisor. Yeah.
The first flame has been hired on as the ship's doctor. He'll also be preaching in the bottom. I don't feel I can stop him, even if I wanted to. But what he serves is good, and it's very warm and inviting, so I wouldn't try to stop him either way.
All right.
Grandpa, there is one thing with Grandpa. When we get to the Tabaxilands, everyone that is still collared at that point will be ordered to let him leave and do not follow. That goes for each of us as well.
Weird request, but okay.
That is part of the deal that was made for him to continue serving for free.
Cool. Did you talk to Alar about anything? He or not?
Not yet. They were very helpful. I'm going to see about offering them some stake or hire on as an employee. We'll see. It's just been a lot, and I may be cursed. Well, no, I am cursed. It's been confirmed by two other people.
Cursed? And how?
The market looks similar to what Rain found from Alfred Stone, so I'm guessing him.
Mm-hmm. But where is the mark?
And James will lift up the hair on his forehead that he's been scruffling around occasionally, showing his forehead.
As you look, Rollman, kind of looking at straight on, you see nothing. As you turn your head to the side, you suddenly see the symbol clearly.
Well, it's bound
first
to happen,
time. Oh, it'll be fun to deal with later. That just means I have to outlevel that old fuck or get someone powerful enough to deal with him.
That means getting more powerful than the Lich, by the way.
Wait, the Lich?
How do you think Alfred Stone disappeared? Do you think I waved my hands and made him go away?
No, everyone thought I did. But okay, god.
That'd be cool if I
damn.
could do that, though.
No.
Rollman looking at his hands for a moment, imagining magical runes on them.
Did the Lich do any hand movements?
He did. Yeah, that was exactly.
I will mimic the hand movements.
As you watch Roland kind of mimic the hand movements, James, roll me a knowledge arcana to see if you recognize what spell this is. It's not likely, but I'll give you a shot here.
Oh, hey, imprisonment.
I'll take a chance. May as well.
Yeah. If you can recognize the somatic, because you wouldn't have heard the verbal.
Probably
No, and he didn't use any
14.
14. The symbol, it's foreign to you, and the only thing that tells you is that this magic is something far more powerful than currently exists. Because the only things that are the only magic known to the world are the magics that have been studied, and then ancient magic supposedly long lost. But there's a lot of rumors about like magic that could break entire continents apart. Though many tell stories of this such magic and have long been marked off as crazy.
Okay, that's either lost magic or similarly to what Bardris had magic from time that is yet to come.
Do you think this Lich is from the future?
I think he's old as fucking could have shifted through time in some fucking way. I'm not sure.
Well, time did seem to stop when I used the thing.
But
Something to think about.
it's going to be stressful, and it doesn't mean becoming more powerful than the Lich. It just means if I were to kill him, I'm going to go out on a limb as James and make this guess of if the Lich couldn't remove him, kill him, then either he's destined for something great or he has a big backer. Magically.
You know better than I.
Either I'd have to assume what he's going to do in the future, or get his backer to support his own death.
It's been
Neither of those are likely.
As you two are having this conversation, it's been a few hours since you originally got on deck, since the first stint happened with rain. As you all are having kind of talking, the heavy kind of flow of rain outside and the light storm that's kind of starting to pick up as the clouds kind of darkened and the sky itself has become darkened. Now around at this point, like 10, 11 o'clock at night, James with most of his candles lit around the room to keep the light in the ship. There's a small watch kind of going up every once in a while. Some of the slaves seem to kind of being rotated, many of them being shouted at by Grandpa to get out there and do their work as they light lanterns and such. But as the two of you are kind of having this conversation, you hear the door open as the pattering of rain, the pattering rain on someone as they walk through. A large object on their back shrinking, and in their hand, a full bag of. Give me a second to see what this is. As you see on there, I didn't realize it was this. God damn it! The head of a orc that seems to be just a slight greenish color with a bit of a pigment of red kind of it's throughout. A very thick black beard and long black hair. Two bright green eyes. The face seeming to be smiling, almost like in shock, as the head is kind of rolled in front of you as Rain kind of smiles at you.
I'm guessing this one had a bounty?
I said his name was Big O as she pulls out the paperwork and as she looks at you and goes, Lars handed this to me, said you wanted it done. Well, at least that's what I thought he said.
I'll nod.
I couldn't...
And set...
Good.
I'll set the head aside for a moment. Well, you're back in time for me to talk to you about this all.
Oh, and she kind of wipes some of the sweat off of her and kind of gets right up next to Rollman, leaning on him and goes, Am I getting a promotion for this? Because if I'm getting payment, I don't really want your gold. I wouldn't mind taking this fella as a permanent piece for my own. How about you sell him to me in exchange for my time as a slave? She kind of plays with Rollman's hair as she does so, kind of pulling on it slightly, just a little bit aggressively as she kind of looks over at you, James.
I'll be very direct and say, you have to woo me first before you take me.
She is going to smack you as you say that. And let me see what her to hit modifier is for her class. Oh, all right. Well, that's scary. All right.
Level 20s are scary.
42. Does that hit your
Are
AC?
you gonna kill me?
No. This is non-lethal. This is She's not trying to. She's just smacking you.
No, that doesn't hit.
She rolled a nat 20.
I know she did.
Oh, he said.
That's
Oh, and then I rolled in that one. For 3 points of non-lethal bludgeoning damage, as she just smacks you back up side of the head as you try to speak. She looks at you and goes, "Your betters are now speaking. Now you will until we're done. You will not talk." As she looks back
I'll
at
attempt to
James.
trip them.
Ooh, go ahead.
James is going to gesture at Rollman's neck.
Let's make an attack against her AC for it.
Okay. It's just base attack bonus plus strength, right?
Yeah,
If I recall correctly.
correct.
Actually, no, I have a bonus because I'm large, so I think it's +4. That's +7. Sorry, no, I can't do that. +10. 25.
25. Yeah, as you kind of go and or go to move your leg and kick out from under her, noticing she's not wearing any armor, she easily manages to jump above your foot as it goes out. And she seems to look at you kind of appraisingly and then looks back at James and she goes, "All right. Tell you what, I'll double the offer. I'll make twice the amount of gold that I was worth in exchange, as well as serve out my time as a slave in exchange for this one. I want to break him."
I just laugh.
I don't own it. Again,
You're no
he's a
fun.
friend of mine. I look her dead in the eyes. No, I'm not. Because I'm exhausted, overwhelmed, and
And paid
honestly,
way too much for the little work you do. You just made 10,000 gold pieces for sitting there.
yeah, and that money will go right back into making sure everyone here survives.
Mm. So what's this contract? As she kind of pulls the chair back and sits down, crossing her leg and staring at you.
James will pull out her paperwork, which would pull up her paperwork from the small pile that'd be left on the thing. Going over everything that you can do. And your personality.
She looks down at her tits and kind of like pushes them up and smiles as she looks over at Rollerman.
I agree.
Not that personality. The one where you've been very, well, rude but helpful.
Sweetheart, I could kill you in a moment's notice if I wanted to. The only
Yes,
problem
I know,
is,
like here on the paperwork.
that one would then be in charge of the company, I'm guessing, and I don't know if I can slit both of your throats before you can get a command off. I'd give myself a chance, though.
Oh, if both of us died, then you go to the guy that ran off.
I've fucked worse.
You want to fuck a coward? Seems a bit low for you.
Gold is gold.
But with all this in mind, and your original price in mind, which, if I remember correctly, was
More than you could afford, sweetheart. And you didn't purchase me. Someone else did. Your benefactor. Got to see him, though, beforehand. I could tell you about him, but you'd have to knock a few years off my sentence.
James will look her dead in the eyes. I don't go by years. I go by trips, because that's how I make money. The next trip is planned to be 9 months, and then we may end up coming back this way afterwards. I usually try to plan them out in stints like that to prevent things. Makes my life a little easier. And while your skills would be very impressive to have on board to work as the guard for the ship, should shit go sideways, as I've had happen many a times before, I understand you value your freedom. And you don't want to be here.
Well, it's nothing personal, sweetheart. I wouldn't want to be with anyone. I'm not really into the short, stubby kinds. My people kind of have a requirement, if you will.
I know a little about, well, Elvish. I don't know much about your Genasi half.
Oh, there's not much to say. I was raised in a cloister as far as it goes, and then I just decided I didn't like it one day. I, uh,
But
I got a nice
here's
scratch
what
on
I'm
my
going to
back
offer.
for it. She kind of looks at you and
Here
kind
is what I'm going to offer you.
oh,
5 trips. That'll pay you off, and then if you'd like to go somewhere, you can work for the trip that it takes you to get wherever you'd like to go if we're on our way there.
what's to say if I want to jump off this ship and not listen to any order you have?
You'll still have the slave collar on. Someone will find you, return you, and then that'll be hell for you to deal with because you'll have to spend your time fighting, and it'd be a waste of your time and effort.
Hmm.
In all honesty, I don't want you here if you don't want to be here. I'm offering this way we can recoup the costs. Even though we didn't spend them, that way if someone comes knocking, I can easily say they paid off that they owed. And
Hmm.
I've done the same thing for almost everyone already on the ship. The
Make
4 outliers are
you know
my
what?
business.
Make it one trip. In exchange, I'll tell you who bought us, and I won't kill you out during the trip. Also, I might tell you what the exact issue you're about to have on this ship as soon as you take off.
You'll serve for half the trip, be freed in the middle, and allowed to wander off right when we land.
Fine
For
by
all the
me.
half.
Alright, yeah, ask away. You might want to bring the Lar fella up here, though, before he gets stabbed. They're waiting for him down there. As she says that, we're going to cut to a Lar, who's kind of, after passing by Roman, singing head up. You see as Nada is sitting in one of the corners, chewing away at something, a piece of meat that looks indistinguished from anything else. Oh, she kind of tears at this, what you realize is now the fourth plate as there are 3 others stacked up to the side. The other slaves seem to kind of be watching and eyeing her from the distance and not getting closer to her.
Alar has no fear of this one.
As you head over, Nada kind of looks over at you and kind of stops chewing midway. She kind of bone still kind of sticking out of her mouth as you kind of come closer. She's sitting on a bunk by the looks of it. Obviously, what someone else's as someone they everyone keeps eyeing her, and there seems to be bits of food and sauce all over the bunk itself now.
I feel like that's normal for a Knoll, so I'm not gonna question it.
True.
Everything's gotta go by Knoll culture.
Yep.
It's a little messful. Come on.
She just kind of eyes you warily as you come over, though.
Alar's gonna have to start with common because he doesn't know what languages she speaks. So he will ask just what name, and just cock his head to the side.
She kind of speaks back in primitive and goes, "I understand your language. It's simple."
Good, easier.
My name's Nada. It's short for something else, but it doesn't matter.
Nice to meet you proper. I am God's fragment caller, or Alar, as some call me. Wanted to meet new packmates.
She nods. And you're choosing to make friends with a Duskblade. Interesting choice. Not many people like my kind, or where I learned my abilities. Alone being a drow, we're kind of known for killing people. I don't think, I guess in your concept, bad pack member, known to bite other pack members. And she kind of nods.
You've never bit my pack before. No problems.
Give it time. She smiles as
Then
she
again,
kind of...
don't really have a pack right now.
Roll a diplomacy check.
Okay.
I'll give you a +2 to that.
Okay.
Also, are you kidding me? Is my Sunday session canceled again? Fuck me.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it. Continue on.
I was like, how'd they cancel? They haven't even head counted yet.
I can see why, and I'm just gonna be like, heh.
That's a 19 for a 25. Or, yeah, 25.
As you kind of say this, you see a slight break in the mask of the woman for a moment, as she seems to almost show her honest feelings, not trying to hide it. As a little tear kind of comes down her eye, and she kind of smiles. She looks at you and goes, "I understand. I." She kind of wipes away her eyes and goes, "I had an old friend growing up that saved my life. Everyone deserves a pack, and you'll find one soon." She kind of stands up, setting the plate aside, and pats you on the shoulder and goes, "But I'm still not the person you're wanting to bring into that pack." She kind of stands up and kind of starts to walk past.
I was given order by last tribe shaman to look after who I decided were friend. You don't have pack, you need friend. Like it or not, I will be that friend. As I look at them defiantly.
That's fair.
As you see this, give me a search check as you look about, as you see about the room, or rather, spot check. My apologies.
Okay. Surprisingly, binders don't have a lot of skills they're super good at.
No, it comes in handy to be able to bind vestiges, though.
Oh, it is. This is not a vestige for this situation. Oh, that's a non-nat 20.
It's not bad. Alright. As you kind of look about, you do see that the beast folk seem to be eyeing you. Shigo especially seeming to show a bit of aggression towards you, as you kind of see a slight snarl from her and bite. White Feather seems to eye you, and that's what that lock of eye for a moment is the only one that actually causes you any slight concern. As you look over at Nada, though, she kind of turns back and kind of. You see a slight smile on her face, and she kind of nods up and down as she turns back and heads towards one of the back rooms. Seeing that she heads where Roloman's bedroom is, she seems to head in there, and you hear a slight snapping of a bolt as the door is locked.
I'm gonna look towards Shigo and ask, why aggression? Was discussing with Small Man to free you. As I'll kind of cock my head back to the side.
You see Shigo kind of look up at Bite, who smiles a very big, toothy grin, and then Shigo looks back at you and goes, "You are a smell of weak," says the big one over there.
Why everyone say weak? Haven't done anything.
You lay down, show your stomach to those types.
What?
Shigo kind of stands up and looks at you glaringly. You are one of those, aren't you? One of those who reek of collars born in the of dragons. You're the weak. It's good you lot die. She just kind of turns and heads down below deck with the rest of her crew of the other two. White Feather again, seemingly eyeing you, the group, kind of strangely, as his head kind of turns about, almost as if he's constantly looking for something, and it follows after them shortly, running kind of almost awkwardly as he does so.
Mm-hmm. They'll be dealt with later.
Jumping back up to James and Roloman and Rain, as you sitting there, James, at your chair, Rain across from you, having said this, Roloman standing in the room, I imagine, a few feet behind, I imagine...
against the wall.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was wondering how tense you were in the situation or not. Alright.
He's tense in that he is very focused, but he's has a casual demeanor.
But no weapons, no hand on weapons or anything, okay. Yeah, James, as Rain kind of looks at you and smiles and goes, "I imagine Shigo and the others are gonna eat your friend Nada and, well, Alar. Problem with gnolls and such, most of the other beast folk look at gnolls as weak, and there's a type of gnoll, especially that grows in that live in the Draconic lands, Movasi's territory. They're looked on by most other gnolls as the weakest, that they got conquered so easily. Given the other gnolls ran into the Underdark and hid themselves away, so they're not much better. Most of them are cowards. But I don't think your friend Alar knows much of the history of his people. I'd forewarn, Goodest is, probably someone a lot more capable than he's giving on. Although, I guarantee Shigo is gonna give you more trouble than she's worth.
Well, yes, that covers exactly what I got from meeting with her earlier.
Also, you've made an enemy of Raoul with your last statement. He's an honorable guy, but he doesn't much care for cruel masters who speak cruelly, and although you were right to speak up when I went to try and gut Earlman over there, didn't sit well with the way you put it with the man. Although I should warn you, if he turns on you, it'll be quick. He's the type to sneak in, grab your neck, and snap it. It's no kindness, no empathy. He's just a cold killer. The only good thing is if you can get his loyalty, he'll be yours for life from what I can tell. Shigo tried and pissed him off, almost got herself killed. He managed to take down all three of them almost by himself. It was quite scary, although Whitefeather, I don't know what it is with that guy, but don't go near him.
Gives me the creeps, and that was the offer that Shigo had, was he stay, those two.
No, allow me to explain. There was about 2 other slaves with us when we first came in. They were other beast folk, right? One was a giant tiger, one was some bear. These 2 were huge, and they were picking on Bite, pushing him around, knocking him around. You wouldn't think something like that could happen for a big guy like that with the abilities he had, right? Whitefeather went in with him in a room one night. We heard screams all night, and when he came out, there was nothing but bloody bones left, and he looked as clean as he went in. It was the scariest thing. I don't know what kind of magic he uses or abilities, but he had a scary grin on his face as he left, and it's never left his face whenever he's had those thoughts, from what I can tell. Every time he comes out after something like that. Because it wasn't just those 2. Those are just the last of the most obnoxious of the bunch. You see a slight fear in Rain's eyes as she kind of looks off for a moment.
Were they eaten similarly in the way that us elves do?
Not eaten. I don't know what happened. The best way I can describe it is there's
Arcana
blood.
check on this?
Huh?
Can I roll an Arcana check on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Seeing that she's now described.
Yep.
Knowledge Arcana.
I will mention she is a Hexblade, and it does mention that she's a very capable, one of the top Hexblades in the world, which means she has arcane knowledge probably far beyond your own. Just for your own notes.
There's always a chance, and that was an 11, so I'm guessing I don't know anything magically about this.
There's no magic that fits that other than maybe necromancy, but I mean that could be a number of spells that they'd have to use to do something of that level.
That's something necromantic in nature, most likely.
She nods and goes, I thought the same, but I've never seen him raise the dead. And he seems to take joy in what he does. It's,
Maybe be better to... I don't like being cruel, and I hated coming out like that. I will say this again. I'd have no pleasure in owning anyone.
He shrugs her shoulders and goes, those are the ones that are probably going to rebel against you, though. If Shigo wants off their ship, she'll get off it, but I'd watch out for Alar. He'll be, if Whitefeather gets him alone, I don't think there's a man in this world that's going to be able to save that poor Knoll. However, if you can get Shigo under your command, Whitefeather follows her command like to the T. It's almost...
Do you know how long beast folk live?
Oh, years. I think they have the average, same as a Goliath, so 50, 100, something like that. Yeah, although that is assuming that they are actually beast folk and not just awakened beasts. There is a difference, as far as it goes. I couldn't tell you. As far as awakened beasts, my understanding is they're the same lifespan as their previous creature. I.e., if a sheep is suddenly given the ability to think, it's still a sheep in the end. It's no different. It's just a sheep that can think and talk.
Which means most likely out of them, the one that would live the longest would still be Whitefeather.
And I can tell you that if there's any way of immortality or dark magic, he knows it.
Mm-hmm. Especially if it's necromancy or something, right?
If it is necromancy, I don't want to be on his bad side. At least we're on a ship, though, where there aren't any dead people. Well, yet. What are your questions,
Who purchased you for us?
Well, I'm gonna ask you this question. Are you ready for an enemy you can't fight?
Not particularly.
Then I say I
think I have
recommend
enough.
that you ask that question when you are. Till then, don't look into it. But I'll answer that question when the time comes.
With a smile, you'll be off the ship by the time when that time comes.
Well, then you'll be safe. Because if I'm given the order, I'll have to kill you. She kind of shrugs and goes, and I'd really hate to kill the one behind me. It'd be really unfortunate to see that pretty face go to waste.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else that I need to know?
Nada has a kid somewhere, so she'll probably ditch you at some point. The tieflings, the creature that you know as a fiend is called a tiefling. They're a rare race in Moors, or so the story goes. They're bloodthirsty berserkers, and they can go off at a moment's notice. You anger him in the wrong way. Doesn't matter if he's cleric or not. I bet you he's got the same temper. You're working with a ticking time bomb on that one.
Has he gone mad since you've seen him?
Yeah, he killed 7 slavers, and he got when you were first being transported. It's quite a spectacle. Did his bare hands and nothing but a loincloth. Never seen a man that small rip apart giants like that before.
Well, he was already freed before coming on the ship, so...
That's probably smart. Beyond that, Grandpa's probably probably something beyond what we'd expect, but I'm not going to go into digging with that one.
Oh, I'm not touching... Grandpa's welcome to stay or go as he pleases. There's already a deal in place for that.
And the Kobold twins are definitely ex-followers of Oat. They both got gravestone markers on their sides if you want to see a look at under their armor. I don't know if you're a cleric of some sort, but I gather by the holy sign of divinity and the weird smell on you that you're one of them magic types, so...
Yes, it'll be something to deal with, but we'll see how that goes.
True. Beyond that, I don't got much else I can tell you. The guy you freed that left, I don't know much about him, if you're open for any other information. He just showed up one day, didn't put up much of a fight, fucking did as he told. I thought he was a pushover. He never ate and just gave his food away to whoever asked for it. Strange guy.
James is gonna look at her and just shake his head. I don't need information on him.
Hey.
But I will give you this information.
No.
Because this will backfire on me if you do it. And I'd really rather not have that happen. When we land in the Tabaxi lands, Grandpa is going to go off. Do not follow him.
I'll keep that in mind. She kind of she cocks her eyebrow at that. And she goes, "All right, service is done. I've got work to do and a meal to eat and probably a bed to sleep in. It'll be nice to sleep on something that's not a floor." She kind of stands up and goes, "Oh, and as far as the guy I killed, the head, he did have a gang with him. I didn't bother killing them since I wasn't told to. They're probably going to be here in the next day or two. Good news is there was a Thrycreen scouting party heading towards him when I left, so I don't know if they're going to be eaten before they can leave."
Well, we can handle a few. It shouldn't be too much.
She nods and goes, "Well, I'll be downstairs if you need me. Do you want me to send your compatriot Delar back up here to meet with you?"
First day meeting them, so I do also need to talk to them about some other things. If you could, please.
She nods and goes, "And I'll make sure no one kills anyone down below, though. If Grandpa starts swinging that pot around, I'm not going to defend anybody." She kind of closes.
I wouldn't expect you to.
She kind of pauses here and that and closes the door behind her. She heads down. As she does, seeing Nada kind of head into the side room, you see for a moment, Lara, as Rain kind of comes down with a grimace on her face, coming around the corner. Shigo kind of passing by them just momentarily, and as Rain looks at you and goes, "The big man wants to talk to you. Santa Claus up there."
Santa Claus. I sit in your lap.
Alar doesn't
No.
know who Santa Claus is.
Oh.
But so Alar goes, big man, big man. Who's the tallest on the ship?
On the ship, I think technically would be Goodest, because Grandpa
Goodest?
shrunk back down.
Uh,
Goodest at 10 feet
Alar goes,
tall.
Goodest wishes to fight. Understood. It's up this.
She looks at you and goes, no, upstairs.
Oh,
You must fight upstairs.
I march upstairs, stick in hand.
She just kind of shrugs as she goes to grab a plate, seeing you head up. And James, you see as Alar comes heading upstairs. I imagine with do you have your staff out ready to go?
Yeah, and I point towards James and go, I've heard you have requested combat.
No, you said Goodest requested combat.
Goodest is not upstairs.
As you come upstairs, seeing James in the captain's quarters with the Rollman kind of leaning up against one of the bookshelves. As you come in, do you say this as you walk in, pointing at James?
Yes.
Okay. As James, you see this in print, you get this.
I hold a hand up. I hold a hand up, stopping Rolvin.
I was just speaking.
And in Giant, I will simply say, "No, I wanted to talk to you about employing you, keeping you here.
Oh. Okay, Santa Claus, as I'll sit down.
My name is James.
That's not what the others call you.
Please just call me James."
James.
Are you writing it down somewhere?
No, he's like
Saying it.
enunciating, because that's a weird word for him.
Is it a weird word for primitives?
It would be, because James would be a dwarvish name.
Yeah.
So.
I would like you to stay on as translator, and what else can you do?
Oh. Alar's gonna pull out a surprisingly long list of things.
You've got a list prepared.
If you want to look them up, you're welcome to. It's the name of every vestige and skill of level 1 to 3.
Oh my god.
So you are a what?
I summon fragments of the past to gain power.
Interesting. What's the class name?
Oh, the binder.
Binder. Did you not hear?
No, I didn't originally, so...
Oh, okay. Yeah, binder. It's a class.
Yep.
Alright, so you bring the past to assist you.
Oh, good way of
And
putting
that's
it.
the
I
best
know.
way for me to understand it.
This one might understand as he points at Rollman. He'll say in primitive, can summon past god of elves.
Am I shocked at hearing this?
Sorry, what was it?
Alar, you want to repeat what you said?
Can summon past god of elves.
Am I surprised at this?
As you hear this, you don't remember there being a god of the elves. This isn't familiar to you.
I didn't even know there was a god of the elves.
Told you, ancient summons, long forgotten.
So that's some deep history. How much do you know of like the history around that time?
Direct history of person, much forgotten, names wrong. Name changes when become a vestige.
I'd like to hear about the other god when you get a chance after this.
Okay. Warning, most elves consider elven god heretical.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so you can do quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Can act as ranger, can heal people, can fight. Physically stronger than that guy, as I point at Rolliman.
Do I think they are?
Yeah, give me a profession mercenary. Let's have you size them up.
Can I give an appraise check?
Sure. What are you appraising him as, is my question. As a mercenary?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
5.
19.
Alar, are you? Well, let me double check something. Let me see strength scores here.
I know I have a higher one because I know Grumpy's strength score.
Do you
I
really?
actually do not have a high strength.
Oh,
I have a
oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot that. You're a dex build.
No, I have
I have a 20.
strength, dex, and intelligence all the same.
Oh, okay, well.
Lar has a 20 in strength. It's their highest.
Yeah,
stat.
as you look at him, Rollman, he is definitely a lot more fit. You see the muscles on him are a lot more refined. It's definitely a rougher lifestyle for a primitive and a slave. Lars very built.
The current vestige I have equipped, although they wouldn't know what it does, makes me, as it describes, look much more muscular than I am. So I look even stronger than a 20 currently.
Yeah, so he looks kind of slightly puffed up, like he almost as if he was fully on steroids, as every muscle seems to be almost developed to its peak.
He does not lie.
All right. So what would you
What?
want?
You said you were cursed.
Apparently, yes, by that big mean thing that we all ran away from.
Give moment. I'm gonna do 2 rituals in a row. The first is I do have the ability to expel the vestige that I'm currently equipped to.
Okay.
And the re-equip is going to be Karsus, Hubris in the Blood.
Okay.
Suddenly, I feel like a powerful wizard.
Wizard.
As arcane robes seem to like encircle Alar. Yeah. You see Alar looks to be more scholarly as their muscles kind of shrink down underneath the robes.
My magic feels heavier than average, which is one of the passive abilities. And I can sense magical auras. The longer I stare, the more I can see.
Okay. Alright.
Would you like me to post the description of the magical aura thing?
Yeah, please do.
Yes, it is just called Karsus' Senses. I will post it.
Yeah, real quick, because I was going to double check something.
I'm pretty sure it just works like Detect Magic, but slightly more specific.
You automatically detect the number of different magical...
I love the odor. That means I can smell magic.
Ba-ba-bum.
I'm pretty sure I can see it too, because it mentions if I'm blind, it doesn't work.
Location and strength of auras in the area. A third. What does it mean by aura, just to clarify?
It's like Detect Magic, where you can see the physical aura around something of magic, and like
Okay.
the symbol and stuff.
Got you. Give me a second to check something. Okay. And let me confirm.
There is the negative of this, which I think is absolutely going to happen here, but let me post that as well.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a
I can be overwhelmed if the power is too strong.
Let's see.
It only dazzle, not that bad. But...
Yeah, give me a concentrate check at this point.
Concentrate check. Okay.
Or concentration, rather.
16.
16. Okay. As you begin to focus in on the mark, you see the magic aura come through clearly. A simple curse that looks to be, let me see. You can tell the reveals the location and strength of the aura in the area. Okay. Well, you'd already know that, so I'm just to be clarified. What are you trying to get off this exactly with this action?
I'm trying to see the curse and what's up with it before I try something, because I have an ability to get rid of it. I'm trying to see if I even possibly can.
Okay. Well, you would recognize this is a curse from the domain of evil, as well as looks to be mixed with a domain of mysticism. As far as it goes, the school of magic it's a divine spell. As far as beyond that, it looks to just be the similar level of a 3rd level curse, from what you can tell, or 3rd level spell curse.
It is the spell curse. I want to make sure. Yep.
It is a spell that it is curse at basically 3rd level.
I am going to put my hand on his forehead, and I have an ability called Curses to Touch, which is a stronger dispel magic.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a roll for it, or is it just if it's a higher spell? Let me clarify.
I believe I do have to roll against the spell.
Yeah.
You can use spell magic on touch. Normally, I have to make a successful melee touch attack, but I don't think James is resisting. Is he?
No.
James is looking nervous as you touch
I
his
may as
head,
well
but
ask.
It's true. It's true.
not resisting.
Okay. Against each ongoing spell, if I 11 plus the spell's caster level
Okay.
is the DC.
All right. Go ahead and roll.
That'd be 19, and then it's plus my current binder level, which is technically 5 due to a thing I have, so 24.
Yeah, easily. You beat it by almost double. Managing as you feel a slight burning on your forehead for a moment, James. It seems to almost as if Alar is like trying to brand your forehead. The burning begins to smoke slightly, but as the pain starts to dissipate, and Alar pulls their hand away, Alar, the mark is gone. As it appears, though, now as you look at your hand, the mark is now on your hand.
I have taken your curse upon myself.
You didn't need to do that, but thank you.
Didn't know that's what it would do. As Alar kind of shrugs, was supposed to destroy it.
As you kind of look at it, Alar, with the ability still in action, you do see the curse is for the most part dispelled. The mark seems to just be its own curse, and in the fact that it leaves a mark permanently on the being who tries to remove it.
So I just have a thing on my hand.
Basically, but only if you can see it, as you seem to only be able to look at when you're using this ability.
Which I think the comedy is, it's probably hard to see even for me, because my hand's already covered in tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just stacked with a bunch of...
Yep. I imagine, though, it's pretty clear now to see the outline of it, though, for Alara, as this is a new tattoo, basically.
Alara will just go, bad part of curse, mostly gone. Not a big deal.
Alright then. Would you like to stay on and work with us and become friends? Possibly?
Pack?
Would I understand what that means to a Null?
That means family, right?
Well, Rollman would recognize the term pack as family. Yeah, that would be very common, because it's a primitive term for family, basically.
Is there a primitive term for friend? Food.
Basically, not food. Ally. Fucking, we're not Japanese here. Oh, nor are we in an anime. If this was an anime, you'd already be dead.
No, he's the main character.
We are not the main characters.
You are not the main characters. You are the poor merchants in the background watching the main characters going on.
We get off screen in the first episode.
You guys are basically the Goblin Slayer group in the background here.
To be fair, if this anime we were off screen, we would die later as like development for Sunday or Monday, not now.
Yeah, you guys got introduced in a session in the background, yeah, and then later on you gotta come back to be important and then die. But no, as holy shit, that's a big storm rolling in. As you hear this, or as you hear this, you'd recognize this, James, as this is another term for family as far as in primitive. It would be similar to pack.
James would take a deep breath. Sure, a pack.
Alar do best to protect Pack.
Then welcome aboard. If you need anything, you can ask.
Do you want money or do you not care for it?
Money.
Alar looks at stick. Alar looks at very simple torn rags.
He scratches his chin and just goes, not now. We'll need items later.
I can also craft and build things.
Yes. Job in old pack, not, monetary, not important. Wise man of tribe.
Well,
You bless us with your wisdom.
We both are wise, so let's do our best.
Hey, I'm probably wise too.
I don't know Roland's wisdom score.
It's not.
Nor do I. I
It's a
think
12.
it's.
Oh.
Sure you
Oh,
are.
that's
Well,
Wiser than normal.
You're still above average, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're above average. You're good. James over here with his 20.
Well, you're also a cleric. I'd hope you'd have a 20 in wisdom.
If the fighter is more wise than the cleric, this is not good.
This is a funny party if that's the case.
But as you kind of look over, or as you look over, you do notice the Rollman and James. As you kind of notice from the glass, there looks to be some like white coloration on the other side of it that just for a moment seems to be there and then dissipate as you lot seem to talk. You get almost a sense of someone was there for a moment.
Well, we only have one really white crew member.
You didn't bring him in, by the way. You didn't bring in the doppelganger.
You didn't? No, Face was left alone down there.
You never called Face for his contract.
Oh man.
Jesus fuck, I forgot about Face. Get him up
You
here.
skipped Face completely.
James will have a moment of, wait a minute, I feel like I'm forgetting somebody.
I'll go and find Face.
As you head down, you look about, you see the crew. Give me a search check, Roland.
19. I don't know 19.
Yeah, as you look about, you see Grandpa working at the kitchen. Raul seems to be kind of sitting there eating across from a table. The three beast folk seem to have disappeared. The Monty Fisk seems to be off kind of playing with a couple of vials. You see Nada kind of sitting alone in one of the corners working about. You see no Face.
I'll ask Grandpa first. Have you seen Face?
Grandpa kind of smiles and laughs and goes, "Didn't notice anything off." He points out. He says, "Notice anything off?" As he points around the room.
Oh, is there a duplicate?
And as he kind of points to the fact that he kind of looks at you and goes, "Go check your room, Sonny."
Confused. Roman wasn't down when they went in the room.
I know
yes,
what's
I
wrong.
personally know this, but
Yeah,
Roman
no,
doesn't.
yeah.
Oh shit.
Roman personally doesn't know this.
Yeah.
I
And
do
James
know
does.
that Nada is Face, but
Oh,
or the one in the
God.
right room, but you know.
Yeah, as you walk over to your door, as you go to open it, it seems to kind of like catch. So it was feeling the lock. As you hear on the other side, a female voice go, "It's not open. Go away."
My room.
The Nadas are duplicating.
Do I recognize the voice as Nada?
It sounds like Nada. It could also be Rain. It's hard to tell as they do sound somewhat similar to each other, but it's 50-50.
Oh, then I do have to confirm. I will force the door open.
Okay, give me a fucking attack on the door. Let's see if you can. What's wood's hardness? Oh yeah, it's 11. Okay.
I'm pretty sure also you can do a strength because breaking objects is just straight.
That's true. Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
it's just
I'll take a strength check. Yeah.
Bonus. Since
I think
it's
break
like,
item
right?
is still a thing.
Yeah, I think it is. I don't.
Let me look it up real quick. It would be
I don't
better
know if
to
it's
do that as well.
Like
I mean,
there's a thing.
I'm down with it. It'll just be you versus its hardness score as far as breaking it.
There is a thing for breaking and entering.
Oh God.
Of course there is.
Smashing a weapon or shield with a slashing or bludgeoning weapon. Have to go off the hardness of what it is.
Okay. I've got the hardness, so we're good.
Check.
Yep.
Yep, and I get a bonus. I get a +4.
Because he's good against wood.
Yeah.
Wood has a hardness of 5 and hit points of 10 per inch of thickness.
Would we?
Wood weak.
Wood hard.
13. I rolled really bad.
As you manage to slam into the door, the wood gives way as you push through. Or it would if this wasn't a magic item of a ship after the whole spell. So the door does not actually give any way as you hopingly think this. As you suddenly kind of come to on the ground, slightly dizzy or kind of dazed from slamming yourself straight into a door that you had full confidence you were going through.
Damn, how did James hit his head and make a dent in one of these? That's a harder head than I thought.
The dwarven stubbornness.
And train James in headbutting in combat.
Grandpa goes, I don't think Nada's coming out, son.
Well, he's confirmed that one's
Ah,
Nada,
so
so
it's Nada. All right. Are you face? I look to the Nada in the corner.
They look up at you as their smile kind of drops to a frown as they see after you get up and walk over to them, and they go, "No."
All right. James wants to talk to you.
He wants to talk to. Oh, I thought he already talked to me. Yeah, sure, all right.
You already thought he talked to you. Nice words there.
Shut up. You see him turn back. I'm stuck. I've been at a collar for months. I haven't been able to turn into anything. You gotta give me a practice here.
become a Lar, 2 Alars.
Oh, God. You know, that Shigo fella followed a bunch, has been kind of scraping at the door with Nada earlier, so I'd be careful with that.
Who was screaming at what?
Shigo, the fucking sheep and her fucking cronies, they keep trying to go after Nada the entire time. They tried to go after Rain a few moments ago. That didn't go well. I watched that. That was funny to listen to. The little rumble didn't go over well, but Bite's now on his ass down at the bottom of the stairs.
Are they all down for the count or just him?
Oh, I think. I saw Shigo run, and Whitefeather just stood there and walked away. So I assume the other two are fine, but I think Bite's down there unconscious still. It was quite a fun. You want to see as he turns his face into the shocked Bite with the slight impact on his face from the punch.
Does it look like a good punch?
Oh, you can see full knuckles into the side of the face of the shark.
She's strong.
Face turns back and goes, "Tell me, don't want to get on the bad side of her." As they follow you up to the stairs, a door opening, Face kind of comes in, back in their like blue heavy trench coat, simple white mask covering. Every bit of their body is covered in cloth or something. Even when their sleeves slightly raised, you can see their arms are wrapped up to the top. They kind of sit down as they kind of kick their legs out a little bit and smile, leaning back into the chair and go, "So what can I do for you, oh captain of mine?"
One, I apologize for the showing you saw earlier between Rain and what I had to do.
I mean, I don't care. We're slaves. To be honest, if she didn't kill him, I would have been shocked. I mean, well, I am shocked. To be honest, it was a pretty impressive face, though. I think Rolleman would have probably ended up on the ground, but he might have gotten a good punch in. And he just continues, not taking any breath as he kind of analyzes the entire situation.
James is looking at his paperwork at the moment.
Letting it ramble.
He just kind of, as after a few moments, he looks at you and goes, "Oh, my apologies. What did you want?"
One, I'm going to. Essentially, you're going to work off what it would have cost for us to have purchased you, and.
How much should I cost?
You'll be free to go.
He just kind of stares at you, James.
I didn't hear the question you cut out.
He says, he asked, "How much do I cost?"
I'm going to praise him.
Like you said earlier, it's okay. Go on.
Yeah, roll an appraise check.
19.
You gotta hop on the scale real quick. I need a push.
Looking him up and down, the only thing it says on there is rogue, and experienced with a question mark around rogue, as well as circles with more question marks.
Looking him over then if I have to.
Looking him up and down, I mean, knowing that slave trade isn't exactly your forte nor your experience at this point, you'd guesstimate based on the fact that you roughly knowing that one Goliath First Flame was like 10,000 gold pieces. If they found out he was half as capable as they'd learned, you'd probably guesstimate this gentleman around 5 to 10.
You're in the range of 5 to 10,000.
He nods and goes, "Oh, okay." And as they reach into their sleeve, they pull out a hefty sack and set it on the table and go, "There you go."
Where'd they get that?
I check my own wallet.
As you go to look into your own sack, your coin's still there.
I look at his sleeve. This thing's magic.
FaZe just kind of turns their head slightly, almost mimicking what Olar was doing earlier, without having seen Olar do this, and kind of looking at you, kind of almost quizzically as they turn back to, as they straighten their head back up and go, "Did you think I stole it?"
Given what it says here, your capabilities are, I was a little worried my own wallet got lifted there, but
Your gold
I have
pieces
course-
are slightly more than what I'm looking at here in combination in this room. It would probably take me a few more seconds than what I just did to get this, or this amount. Plus, then I'd have to leave a certain amount of gold behind to make it as impressive. It wouldn't be as interesting, in my opinion.
that's fair. I was going to let you work it off, but
Oh, okay. And he picks up the sack and puts it back in his sleeves.
Yep.
James is going to turn down that money because I don't know where the fuck it came from at this moment.
They look at
You
you
don't
for a
want his drug
moment,
money?
and then you see them kind of look at you quizzically and go, "Oh, you're wondering where it came from." That's an interesting question. You remember the slaver that you bought us from?
Oh.
When you
Yeah.
when we were walking out, I kind of walked up to his side pocket and picked it. Well, technically took the bag. I think it's a bag of holding, but I'm not sure. But since you don't want it, I'll just hold on to it.
That's gonna be problems later. That's tomorrow James's problem. This is going on in James's head as he just stares at him blankly for a moment. Okay. For you, one, I can already tell you are someone who loves a good joke, and
I do. Did you find the banana bread yet?
James looks a little shocked about hearing about a banana bread suddenly.
Oh,
I know what banana bread is.
you can give
I
me.
don't want to roll if you don't think I know.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, that's a food thing. I'd say it's survival will go off. Maybe if you've seen it or smelt it by chance.
Wait, you like joke? I flip through my notebook and get to a page that says the
No,
repentant
no more
rogue.
notebooks.
The repentant rogue says.
God damn it.
Do not check your notes.
No joke?
You guys have
No.
5.
Oh.
No,
you.
you're fine. In character, you're fine. This is the player saying no checking your notes.
For your own note for Rollman, you've heard of bananium? You've heard of breadfruit. It could be a combination of the two based on what that sounds like. So you're immediately picking up, how are they putting metal in bread and making it taste good? Dolar, what was the joke you turned to in your journal?
Well, it's not a joke. It's the vestige.
It's turned into
It says
Oh.
Andrew Malleus, the repentant rogue. And
Oh,
I kind of look at
okay.
him like, joke?
Got you.
Anyways, just don't cause too much chaos on the ship for the next, let's say, 4 trips, and then you can go wherever you'd like.
What do you think? What's chaos?
James is going to look him dead in the eyes. You know what I mean when I say that.
I don't know if he knows what you mean.
As you stare into the black holes of this white mask, you see almost a little red dot. Give me a concentration check. Actually, no. Sorry, we'll save. Actually, it'd be concentration.
25.
25. You succeed. You feel a slight tinge at the edge of your mind of madness as you stare into the eye sockets of this being in front of you for a moment. Kind of pulling yourself away as you do. The creature kind of looks at you, with their head tilted slightly, and goes, "Understood." And they stand up. They kind of turn whimsically as they put one foot up in the air, kind of spinning on one of their boots. They go. They start to kind of sing song and then start to whistle the same tune that Alfred Stone had been whistling earlier as they leave.
I'll have a smirk on my face. I find that funny.
As you
We have a
smirk.
jester on the ship. It's gonna be a great ride, guys. We're putting together a one-piece crew. Oh. We have
That's
a doctor with
We do
horns,
have
but
breadfruit,
is it short or shy?
what was that,
We have a
Roman?
I'm sorry, I don't know One Piece, but they have fruit, right?
Yeah,
it's
devil
part of it.
fruits is the whole thing, is what gives
We
them
have
their magic
breadfruit.
powers. Yeah, you got breadfruit. You got 5 tons of it. Or 5K of it, sorry.
Imagine we get 5 tons of breadfruit. That's a lot of bread.
But as you finish up your interviews, Alar and Rollman kind of sitting there, James. It's just the three of you now left into the candles starting to burn down to the bottom of their wicks. Some starting to flutter out. The guards kind of shifting over as another member kind of comes up. You
Also,
Let's all
the
just get
three the three beasts can seem to be wanting to terrorize Nada. By the way,
Yeah, we may just have to cut them all loose. I don't want to deal with whatever
Ooh,
White
me
Feather
subjugate.
is.
what'd you say?
Me
Subjugate?
subjugate.
Oh wow.
You do what?
Subjugate.
If we could bring Shigo under our control, we'd have all 3 of them, but
Yes, subjugate as I walk away.
Oh no.
Slightly like I imagine
go with them. Go with them.
imagine a large kind of like moving their shoulder, rotating their shoulder, getting themselves kind of stretched out a little bit, getting ready, kind of checking their stick, make sure the pointed end is ready to go.
Yep.
Rollman, are you following after Alar?
I'll follow after.
Okay. James, as you watch the two kind of exit out of the room, you are left alone in the captain quarter with yourself and a few slowly going out candles. What do you
I'll
want to do?
just put away the rest of the paperwork and head down to go to my room.
Okay, you're not going to sleep in the captain's quarters?
Fuck no!
Why not?
That's the first place someone's gonna go to stab me.
Alright, as he heads down below, kind of following after a little bit later. We'll come back to you in a minute, James. Roman and Alar, as you head down to the second deck, you kind of poking your head in, Alar, you look about, you see no Shigo as you kind of follow down to below to the third floor, following after. As you come to the bottom, you see the crumpled completely over themselves on their shoulders bite. Legs kind of tumbled over his entire body, so he looked like he's trying to do a somersault backwards here. Not moving. You see Shigo kind of sitting off to the side with the 2 bison grooming with him, and White Feather seems to just be kind of sitting there staring at Shigo.
Don't worry. I know how to deal with this. I once again expel my vestige, which does mean I cannot succeed the check to not have a downside of the next vestige.
What does
Oh.
the DC go up every time you do it?
I get a -10 to the check every time I do
Oh
this.
my god.
I can't. My highest roll now is a 7. I cannot succeed, so I get the downside of Renault.
Basically, Alar's gonna need to sleep after this.
It's not sleep. It is. I'm gonna be influenced by Renault's personality.
Oh no.
Renov, as he connects to Renov, he looks at Rolliman like Rolliman personally insulted him, and then he walks over to Shigo.
What'd I do?
Shigo just kind of looks up at you, kind of stands up, squaring up with you, setting down the brush and kind of glaring at you and saying in primitive, "You want more, weakling?"
Elder, deal with you now. Follow, as I'll go to walk upstairs.
Shigo kind of glares and looks at White Feather, and White Feather just kind of shrugs and kind of ushers Shigo to follow after. Patting Bite on the ass as they come by. Bite kind of seems to stir awake a little bit, pull himself up, and groggily start to follow after Shigo as White Feather follows up last. Rollman.
Is in his face?
Oh yeah, he still has a slight, pretty big. Well, it's more like a giant bruise, kind of puffed out now. But do you follow up after White Feather, Rollman?
Yeah, I'll follow behind them.
All right, as you do, you notice the strange beast folk kind of keeps turning and looking at you, and then kind of turning back forward every time you aim to lock eyes with it. It does this a few times until you reach the top. As I assume Alar is taking them all the way to the top deck.
To somewhere we can fight. Yep.
Yeah. As you come above deck, I mean, the ship's on the ground, so you could easily just climb off and go into the field right next to you. As you climb down, I imagine, off the ship and head off to the little side field, the rest of them follow after. Okay.
That's the influence. That's why.
As you kind of set down outside the city, kind of now between with the city and the ship on either side, Shigo kind of steps forward, looking about, and you see his bike kind of sits down on the ground, still rubbing his face, and White Feather seems to snap his fingers, and a small little wooden, like not a full chair with a full back, but just where it's got the sides kind of, or it looks like an X crossed and then a piece of cloth kind of laying in between to sit down on, as he kind of takes his seat. Watching as Shigo kind of steps forward, kind of cracking their hooved fingers as they start to get ready to come at you. I will give you an opening move, given the fact that Shigo is very cocky and not going to immediately attack, so...
I will watch and I'll only intervene if someone's gonna die.
I twirl my staff. It suddenly grows multiple inch-long spikes,
Okay.
and I'm gonna swing.
Alright.
Like, what is this?
I have a magic staff. No one asked.
This is Primitive's ways of showing dominance here, James. You wouldn't understand.
That's why I went to bed. My door locked.
Alright. So I have +9 to hit.
I just imagine James
That's a 25.
Uh-huh.
Putting on a sleeping mask and just hearing sounds of battle outside.
Yeah, a little window in the background that he's just trying to ignore. Yeah, you hear him just saying, "Not my circus, not my monkeys, not my circus."
Not my rat, not my race, not my rat, not my race.
Would you roll, Alar?
A 25 to hit.
That does not hit.
Really?
No, Shigo's a level 5 barbarian, mate.
Yeah, Barbarian's AC isn't very high.
Oh no, but when you're a beast creature, you've got a fluffy exterior. You're gonna find out.
I have a
This.
second swing.
All right, yeah. Go ahead and roll.
Nat 20.
For a total of, just to confirm.
Well, it's an auto hit, but a nat
Yeah.
20 would be.
Okay. No worries. Yeah, no, it's an auto hit. Yeah, because it's just, then the second is to crit, if I remember correctly. Yep.
It's to confirm.
Yes.
Yeah.
And because it spikes, I get a +2 to confirm the crit.
And the spikes are normal AC. This isn't touch AC, correct?
Yeah, it's just
Okay, making sure.
28.
28 hits. Yeah, roll. You've got your double dice. Double the dice or double the damage.
Double the damage. That's max.
Oh shit.
So let's do all together. That is 16, 28, and the spikes give another +5, which is +10, so 38 damage. As I strike her across the face.
Give me a second. Make sure I'm doing my math
You
right.
don't have much HP as a binder, though, do you?
I have a decent amount of health.
I don't know how many hit dice.
As you slam into Shigo with the cudgel in hand, almost baseball swing across the face, you watch as a few teeth go flying out, blood kind of splattering out of Shigo's mouth. A little spike kind of catching and tearing at their cheek. But as Shigo turns back, reeling back from the hit, she spits a little bit of blood onto the ground and holds her hands up ready still to swing.
Okay, her move.
She is going to just go ahead and take a swing at you to hit. Plus... Oh god, this is bad. That's not great. That's a 23 to hit.
She barely hits.
All right. That is 8 points of damage as she socks you for max damage as you feel the complete hit of her knuckles. The hooves kind of covering over the full finger appendages, slamming into your face, dealing bludgeoning damage. She is not moving, so she's gonna roll again. That is a 19 to hit.
That did not hit.
As she wings a second time, the swing goes wide, and as you manage to easily dodge out of the way, she readies for you for another attack if she gets ready to swing again. But you are up. Go ahead and roll.
Okay. I need to check something about the staff, because I think nothing says I can't just cast both. I can. I stack another spell in my staff.
Okay.
This one, Shillelagh.
Okay.
It is 2 sizes larger now. Damn.
It is, yes.
The great staff of Yggdrasil comes flying.
My staff was already large, so it is now gargantuan.
Yeah, as I imagine you just kind of cast it.
Gargantuan corporate staff.
All right. Now I have a question.
Yeah.
Because
I don't
gargantuan
think
is
it's
how
physically
many
big.
feet?
It doesn't make it physically bigger. It just makes it damage.
Oh, okay. I was about to
It
say
hits
because
like it's that giant, but
that amount of distance is gonna be you're gonna hit a lot of your things. Okay. All right.
That
Get
would've
him.
been-
Yeah, it deals damage as if it was 2 size categories larger.
Okay. Okay. So it's a
So
higher
basically,
impact.
it basically becomes more dense.
Yeah, I got it. Higher impact. Yeah. Go ahead.
So now I have a plus 12 to hit altogether.
Oh no.
hit them where it hurts.
Let's see. That's a 19, which is still a crit because of spikes, before I add the rest, which would make that a 31.
Yeah, that hits.
Confirm the crit. Do it.
No, not again.
Don't worry, DM. I didn't nat 20. It's still not going to perm injure. But that is a 28 to confirm the crit.
That. Yep. You hit past the AC.
Damn, he crit him twice.
Oh god.
Yep. This is what I'm built for, baby!
Yeah, that's gonna be even more damage. Oh, this is gonna probably hurt a lot.
This is gonna
Yep.
be devastating.
Let me roll 6d6 really quick.
Because let me look up what a quarterstaff does.
D6.
Yeah, it's 3d6 at Gargantuan, which is doubled, because...
Oof.
So, that's
Like
20.
damage.
Yep, that's 20, followed by another 10, so that's 30, followed by Spikes and Shillelagh, that's 37.
How would you like to do this?
Come on.
Like any good old man teaching a student how to fight, I'm knocking her in the chin to launch her head up, and then I'm baseball cracking her to knock her out.
Alright, as you go to swing up, the spike stabbing into the bottom of the of Shigo's mouth. Already the eyes rolling back into her head, seeing that she is unconscious as you slam into the side of the head once more with a crack. The creature dropping to the ground completely unconscious. White Feather seems to start kind of clapping lightly between his feathers. Bite just kind of rubs his cheek and shakes his head no.
Never call weak again. And then he walks away.
Roland, as you watch this from the deck of the ship, you watch as Larkham's kind of heading back towards the ship, climbing back up as the three are left down there for a moment.
All right, I'll motion for the ship doctor. We have a doctor now.
You have a doctor now.
You do. As you call for First Flame heading down, you hear as he kind of comes charging up, already a little kit of knives and other such items kind of put together from these scraps in the ship. Comes smiling and running out as he goes down to help them out. White Feather kind of comes up alone as the two are kind of treed down in the field. He looks at you and just kind of bows slightly as he turns and then heads towards the stairs and heads down.
Do I think they're weird?
White Feather?
Yeah.
Everything he's done has been strange. There's like no pattern in a sense to him. He doesn't, and from a primitive's perspective, he'd be very chaotic as an individual. He doesn't. He bows sometimes and then stares at you others. Sometimes he seems to be responsive and understanding. Other times just blankly staring at you. Sometimes he runs with grace, and other times he seems to run like he was a 5-year-old child falling over every few seconds. It's strange.
What a strange individual.
Man, you have some madness.
But as they head down, a few moments later, the other two brought up and taken below deck to the bottom deck, leaving
Yeah,
you.
I'll help carry. Yeah.
All right. As you help out, kind of carrying them down, as you head down with the other the three members, Shigo, Bite, and First Flame, down to the bottom deck where the animals are stored. He kind of sets them up on the hay bales and with Bite and Shigo, and smiles as he puts a blanket over them, leaving them be their wounds tended the best that they can. As he kind of sits up and shakes off the dust, cracks his back a little bit as he bends, and then looks at you and goes, I think it's time to hit the set before first light, and the captain wakes all of us up. I'm going to take the captain's quarters since no one's sleeping in there.
I mean, fair play. You know?
He just kind of nods and walks past as he heads up above deck, leaving you, Roman, by yourself.
Alright, I'm going to my room now.
Okay.
Try the door again.
We'll come to you in a moment with the door. Alar, where were you heading as far as when you got back to the ship? Were you just gonna head straight to your room and pass out?
I am gonna head to my room because honestly, I'll deal with Shigo and see how she feels now tomorrow when she probably wakes up.
Okay.
She might be sentient
And I believe
again.
the rooms do change, right? Because we do have that kind of ship
Yep.
to fit.
Mm-hmm.
I am in my nice tribal field.
Oh.
Yeah, as you kind of head to your room, heading in, you see, or as you as you're heading into your door, you just happen to, or you see as Roman's coming up the stairs, heading towards what you assume to be the room next to you, as that's the only other one that had a name marked on it. Though in common, and I imagine your letters are not the best as far as it goes.
assume
I like
Lars
to imagine
knows
I
what it
cannot read common.
Yeah, I imagine it's just more that you see the symbols and recognize that as someone else.
Because with how you said I would learn common, it would make no sense to know how to read it.
Yeah. What'd you ask, Roman? Sorry.
Was the one that was on Lars' door, was that S's?
It was, yes. As Alar's door changes as they enter into the room.
No, they left.
As you kind of see them head into the room, you walk over to your door, still seeing it. It doesn't seem to have budged in the slightest.
Nada, can you open the door, please?
As you go to knock on it, you hear nothing.
You want to sleep in tribe room?
Alar kind of sticks their head out suddenly.
Do I know if there's a master key for unlocking these things?
As you kind of think about it, there's never been any mention of it. James would be the closest thing to having it, or whoever is the owner of the ship in a sense may have an ability, but you don't know of any commands. You weren't told anything.
Alright, time to go wake up James.
Oh, you know sleep in tribe room? Okay, I offered.
Thank you, but
As Alar slowly goes back in, imagine creeps back into their room, closing the door, listening nearby just in case.
Yeah.
As you knock on the
Ready
door,
to help.
James, I imagine you're still awake at this hour, as it hasn't been too it hasn't been too long since the fight just took place, and the sounds of smacking and beating could be heard. As you kind
James
of
would have been filling out one more piece of paperwork to set aside, marking as Alara as an employee of the old
Okay.
merchant company.
Iron.
Golden, yeah!
As-
I
Gold,
guess we're
not
fairly
gold,
gold.
iron. God damn it! Fuck
Yeah, iron!
it! I
As you-
fucked up today. I'm sorry.
As you kind of scratch.
When they squashed the
Ironheart.
beef, we accidentally switched names.
Yeah, James is writing
Traded.
it, kind of closes, looks at it for a second, reads it again, hears the knock on the door, looks at it and goes, Golden, and then scratches it out, writes iron above it, and then makes a note that he's going to have to rewrite the contract later, and then kind of sighs as he gets up to go open the door, I imagine.
Opens the door calmly with the he would have set the paper face down too to hide the mistake entirely.
Where? Oh yeah, as you see Rollman standing at your door.
Is there
Yeah,
some sort of
Roland?
master key? Because Nada has locked my door. I don't really want to try and bust it out again. I don't know how you managed to put it down.
Do I know of there being a master key?
Yeah.
Was I given one?
You were never told one. And that's without even a rule in game, you were never given one, you were never told one.
There isn't one. These rooms were set up so that we could go in and it changed to our preference. If we lock the door, there isn't a way to open it very easily.
Alar sticks their head out of the door once more, looking at you, Rollman, with a smile on their face.
You're welcome to either stay in my room, Alara's, or the captain's quarters if they're still empty.
Nope. The last first flame has taken it.
You know, that's fine.
Alright, I'm gonna try and bust on the door one more time then.
I'm gonna walk out and think
Yeah.
about this for a minute.
The rest of the crew will note is asleep in the rest of the rooms,
Get
except
woken up.
for the
I'm
three
gonna hold
beastful.
up a hand for him for a moment.
Alar's feelings are hurt.
I'm
Sounds
gonna
like
hold
it's
up a
an
hand for him
alarm.
in a moment.
Oh.
I could try to unlock it.
Be my guest.
Roll my imagine kind of stepping away from the door as he was getting ready and grimacing at
Okay,
the
I-
edge.
I have an
myself.
idea here. This is gonna be the most creative use for this I've ever done. I'm going to use prestidigitation,
Oh my.
Okay.
and I'm going to place my hand on the door where the lock would be roughly if I can reach it, and just try to magnetize it so that it follows my hand.
Yeah, you as you use the spell on it, you feel the metal start to respond for a moment, and just as quickly the magic seems to dissipate, as this is a magic item and cannot be affected by magic spells.
I tried. Hey, it was the most creative use of hack.
It was smart. If the ship wasn't classified as a magic item after being shrunk, then it would count as far as or that would have worked. And James is almost 100% sure as he thinks about it.
The ship's
Alright.
now a magic item. It's harder to break into places as well, so
Not gonna stop me from trying. Alright,
Cool.
I'm gonna use the maneuver Charging Minotaur.
No.
I'm going back in my room as he does this. My hands up. I look over at Alara. I go, Alara, do you want
Alara.
to sleep with somebody? You want to sleep in somebody's room? Alara. Fucking.
You
No,
have,
was just trying to help Roland and feel like he's trying to avoid me.
I'll say,
I don't like
Jax, he's
sleeping.
not trying to
I don't
avoid.
like sleeping with others. But I don't
He
know
like
very
his
well.
space.
If James walks by and sees, my room's a giant field with a bunch of houses.
I will also mention, at the mention of Rollman saying he didn't like sleeping with others, you hear from the kitchen Grandpa laugh very loudly. Oh.
I said that I don't know.
You hear the
I-
laughter still.
I look at you incredulously. You've fucked 2 people that we've met within days.
You're doing this as I'm charging the door.
Yep, go ahead and
Yes.
roll.
If you roll badly, that's why.
Oh, okay.
You get distracted.
Alright,
James
we'll
is
rush it
fully
down.
calling your bullshit here.
Alright. Let me see.
Rollman is strong, he is caveman. If caveman not work when he slams hard, he slams harder.
Let me see.
No thinking, head for smashing.
I think sometimes. I think
No,
sometimes.
the other head does all the thinking, we've realized that.
Oh. Do I get a bonus with this?
The problem is, Telosi's not on the other side of this door. That's why he's not coming at this rationally.
Okay. So it's just a normal rush. So I
Yep.
just do the plus 10. Yeah. Unless, James wants to make it bigger, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like he wants to do it.
No, James just say he put his hands up and
17.
started turning around. You slam into the door once more with all your might. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay. So the Charging Minotaur does an extra 2d6 plus strength modifier additional damage.
Swear to God, if you break the magic item.
No, that'd be impressive.
With
Okay.
one hit, I would be impressed too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you realize Grumpy as a player isn't expecting anything as this, but Rollman doesn't is expecting some of this because it's a
I'm
door.
expecting the door to open somehow. What's an unarmed strike for someone that's large?
I think it's a D6 or no, it's a D4. Yeah, because I think it's a D2 at
D4?
medium.
It's,
Yeah.
it's a D3 for medium.
Is it
Yeah.
D3 and not
it's
D2?
D4.
Okay, yeah.
It would be
It doesn't rise very much each because the
No.
whole point is it would make monks redundant if it did.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
It's your plus that you get the really big thing because you get your strength modifier on it. Is that with your strength modifier?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. As you go running at the door, slamming into it, you feel yourself slam back almost 14 feet, going halfway through this hallway onto the ground, falling on your butt as you feel your shoulder kind of taking most of that hit. Thankfully, it didn't seem to do any permanent damage, but the door does not look to have budged in the slightest. There's a slight, though now impact mark of where your shoulder seemed to have hit the door.
You finally managed to do what my head managed to do.
No, you're
James
like-
kind of leaning against the doorway, I imagine, saying that.
Yeah.
Like I adjusted to the dent I made. I adjusted to the dent he made. And it was like 5 times as big.
Well,
Look,
basically.
dwarven skull be stubborn.
Yep, sure is. All right. Is there a hammock somewhere?
As you look about the room, yeah, there's one where Nana should have been sleeping. I think, surprisingly,
As a large effort for this.
as Alar again now comes out with a big glowing sign and a picture of his tribe that says, "You could have won this grand prize! A tribal village set in the rainy forest of my homeland. A nice little babbling brook going by all the prey you can eat, and anything you could need, but instead you chose to be stubborn, so this is the last chance you're gonna get at this grand prize."
Roland will go get in the hammock and go to sleep. There's a reason he doesn't want to go in there.
Alar, I imagine now very slightly, very defeated at this point, giving up, turning back into their room.
Well, the worst thing is, normally he'd be sad, but with the message I have, Roland's looking down on me.
Oh.
The sign's gotta be grander now.
No, it's probably an attack now.
I'll get my vengeance. I close my
Oh.
door.
Oh no.
Before LR closes their door, James will still have prestidigitation up, will snap, and a calming scent will slowly spread.
Now he
You
thinks you're
fart?
What?
Did you just fart?
No.
As a calming scent envelops Alar, you know,
The light lavender of a field.
give me a spot check to see if you notice James casting this, or if it's just something you just think happens as you walk away.
Okay. I'm not super good at spot, so we'll see.
Yeah, because I figure you also wouldn't be on the lookout to be expecting James to cast a spell on you.
That's a 5.
Yeah, as you turn back, you feel like almost the environment around you is trying to relax you in this situation. As you kind of get a light smell. Also, it kind of gives the implication that for some reason this room seems to be telling you don't smell good, or it doesn't like your smell rather.
As Alar closes the door, James hears, "Now the room looks down on me."
A little worried for Alar's mental state, James is gonna go just into his room, fix the fucking contract with the Ironheart Merchant Company name, and just go to bed. Do it real quick.
As you lot head to bed for the night passes, and the day comes too. As Grandpa kind of starts setting up breakfast, the rest of the crew seem to kind of fall in line. Shigo, a very bruised and still slightly swollen jaw, and Bite as well in a similar state, kind of seeming to eye Alar, but keeping their mouths shut and their heads down as Alar walks by. Neither of them seeming to make eye contact. White Feather, once again, seemingly staring at you lot eerily, never blinking as he watches you, but eats his breakfast with a slight smile on his face that looks almost unfit to be there. That aside, as you, I imagine...
Have edges to go up.
Yeah, slightly it does. As I imagine at this point, James Rollman and Alar might decide to take their breakfast up on the top deck rather than have this strange individual staring at them the entire time as they eat. That's up to you, though. I will not force that.
Sure. You don't want to eat with the crew and be a good leader.
Look, DM, Alar might feel uncomfortable, but Alar must eat with Pack. It's just how these things work.
It's true.
James will eat down there as well.
As you decide not to move, kind of getting to the head of the table with Alar on one side, Rollman on the other, Grandpa serves each of you, kind of setting aside the last of the coffee for you three, as a cup of for each of you is set down, hot and still, and seems to have a slight, what looks to be some sort of cream or color iteration to it, as he kind of smiles and goes, I used some potions from the potion cranes, and A few eggs I got in town while you guys were all sleeping. I hope you don't mind. I went to town this morning. I took a bit of the gold from Face that he offered for a better breakfast, as he requested. You see Face giving, like, chowing down as they lift their mask, covering their face at every chance they can, but seeming to shovel food underneath the mask. Um, as Grandpa kind of sets the food aside, you see this very heavy omelet with what looks to be a mix of rice and some sort of meat. The meat inside, it seems to taste and smell of horse, roughly, which, while around here is pretty common to you lot, it would not necessarily be a normal meat. It is slightly tough and stringy, as you kind of chew into it. But besides that, the omelet comes out quite well, as Grandpa's chef skills of a plus 35 to his cooking are quite grand.
He's pretty good at cooking.
I mean, I got sharp teeth. Tough meat ain't that bad.
I say, yeah, to Alar, this would be
fine.
better food. This would be probably the best food you've had since escaping Alar, as far as
Question,
it
do
goes.
elves have sharp teeth?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, okay. I would've-
Yeah. You'd have,
I'm
like,
the
almost
only
all
normal
canines.
one with
Yep.
normal teeth.
Normal.
Between us three.
Yeah,
Normal?
But the crew just
Normal
seems
for
to...
me. Your guys' teeth are normal for you.
As Grandpa kind of sets out the requests on the table, as he kind of pours himself also a cup, as you kind of catch him having a little bit left for himself, he kind of smiles, setting out the quests on the table from the town that Alar had gathered. Kind of looking or as he pats each of the crew on their back as he goes by, they seem to kind of quiet down, continuing to chew and go about their business. But the slight discussion and small talk has kind of died down as they all look to you lot and listen.
All right. Let's see. What do we got here? I assume I just grabbed all of them.
Oh yeah, Alar grabbed every copy of every single one. Yeah.
Alar couldn't read them. I was just grabbing copies.
Yeah, Alar didn't understand, so
One
they
of
just
those
went up
was
and
already
grabbed
dealt
every
with.
single one. Yep.
Yeah, one
True.
out of game. What about? Don't forget, we can send the people in them. Some of them, like Rain, might enjoy doing some of these missions, like on their own.
True. Yep. Well, Rain dealt with this one. I'll cover off the big O.
Rain seems like hunting. Rain might like doing the green hag hunt or like the sea creature hunt. The sea hags that we didn't want to deal with anyway.
That's fair.
Or the junior Jin hunt.
We can send them on quests we don't want to do.
I'll look to. I will slowly, keeping the big O greenest smile carver away because that's already been dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a description for the metal monster pieces collection, metal monster humanoid accepted? So that's just for any monster
Shit.
parts, basically.
Oh, yeah, basically, yeah, I just summed it up. The exact thing was any parts or pieces gained from hunting down monsters, any metals you're looking to get rid of, humanoids, basically any creatures are welcome and are accepted at this dealer's interest.
That one will get posted up later so that for anyone who decides to go out and hunt can bring back pieces of anything and
There's quests.
sell it.
All right.
We could go try and deal with Bodex if we went and purchased a few things. There's an interesting idea for them with what they want.
We know much about Bodax.
It was
If you want, for Bodex, give me a, well, I'll say either profession mercenary if you want to see if you've ever run into one in your time of service. You can give me a knowledge history or a survival check. A knowledge history will give you what's in books. A survival check would give you basically more of an analytic instinct on that. Or
I'll go survival for 17.
I'll do profession mercenary.
okay. Yes, Alar?
I'd like to take the Big O Greenest Smile Carver quest and the paper because I'm gonna go with Rain to actually turn the head in.
Okay.
We haven't actually
We'll
completed.
go with you guys
Just
to
have their
that.
heads.
So,
Yeah.
yeah,
13.
we'll go with you
Okay.
guys.
Well, they're not leaving immediately. I was just making sure because I wanted to make sure I heard what Alar was going to say. So, yeah, you're good. Roll them in 13, and that's for Profession
That's,
Mercenary.
yeah.
And then, James, what'd you get for Survival? 17?
17.
Okay. Profession mercenary. Rollman, you have not fought creatures called a Bodak before. But you have heard tales from other mercenaries that have been adventurers that have talked about these creatures. There's something about their eyes is what you remember. Something about that being the most valuable part on them, also the most dangerous. But beyond that, you don't really catch much else from what you as you're trying to think back. James, as you think on your survival, your as you look at the description and explanation of what a bodak is in the on the back of the on the back of the posted or document, as you're reading through this, the one thing it kind of seems to mark, although it seems to mark simple stuff like it's a very healthy creature, they're quite quick, they're quite strong. One thing to note is that their eyes are noted as extremely valuable. As the picture, as you're looking at it, it seems to have something. The eyes just don't sit with you well as you look at these. Something about them tells you that there's something that's different. That, like that's that monster's main ability or use. There's something with those eyes that are going to cause a problem, or that creature's defense. Because there's nothing else as you look at the creature that are obviously strong about it.
Could I roll a knowledge religion to see if I can know anything else, since
Sure.
they would be listed as an undead?
Yeah. And what are you trying to get from them as far as knowledge religion exactly with them being an undead?
How they are created.
Okay.
And that is a 20 for knowledge religion.
Nice. Alright. You would know, that supposedly, Bodocs are noted throughout most religions as, having been, the remnants of humanoids, so like trolls, goblins, Goliaths, many creatures basically fall under the humanoid, many of the sentient races. Um, those, it most often seems to be those killed by clerics that are of the domain of evil, or those of who are warlocks who have fallen to a eviler power. And most often the cause on creation of these Bodok-like creatures. As far as notoriety in religion, they're noted as those who stare into the eyes of of a Bodok are known to become a Bodok. Those who have sinned of evil will always be hunted by these creatures and sought out, or so the texts say. Um, the last thing is that it states is that those who will remain innocent and good should fear nothing when staring into their eyes, but those who are unsure should always reflect upon this.
Alright, well... There's two things to take away from this, as I would share this information with the group, with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
If we take the Bodok quest, the idea that I had probably won't work out as well if the religious side is more correct, but we could attempt to use a troglodyte to test it.
What do you have in mind?
Do I know what a troglodyte is?
I believe they are a primitive creature overall.
Yeah, but it's just, are they in my area? Is more the question.
Given the traveling around here, you would have seen them being sold through the markets and by like being traveled around with. So you would recognize them as like a common race that's kind of being bullied and forced under others that are strong. Would be kind of your perspective of it.
Weird. Okay.
I want to know about Bodex is that something about their eyes, and I look to the rest of the crew. Any of you know anything about Bodex?
Rain kind of smiles and looks at you and goes, "Well, I mean, you don't want to look them in the eyes. I heard they're not great kissers either." She kind of gives a wink at towards Rolliman at that, as she kind of continues shoveling a piece of food into her mouth. With a full mouth or with a mouthful, she looks at you, James, and goes, "Oh, also reflections. Reflections are your friend. I had a friend of mine who used it to avoid the gaze of those creatures. About the best I can tell you. Never fought one myself, and she looks about the rest of the group, but many of them shaking their head no. She goes, I don't think many of the lot around here would fight something like that."
No, but they are wanted captured alive. That's why I'm looking at it. going off of what I know of their creation, someone evil becomes it. They also get hunted by them, and someone who is evil when looking in their eyes would become one.
Is that are these like true accounts?
This is the religious side of everything. There's
Right.
truth in it, but there's also mysticism into it.
Rain looks at you and goes, well, if the evil's going to track us down, then it'll be already here given our crew. As she looks over at White Feather, who seems to smile creepily at that.
James has a thought that just flashed across his mind before he shoves it away, like, no. Of just sending White Feather in.
Jesus. I think White Feather would turn them into a White Feather.
That's why
Yeah, I don't think
James
you want
shoved it
that.
away.
Rain looks at you
We
and
can go
goes,
see about
I do know a
traffic
guy.
and-
If
You
you
go.
want, I know a guy who fought one, but you're not gonna like him.
Who is he?
He's a wild guy. He's an orc. Like the rest of the trolls. He's one of them lesser versions, the slave race, you know.
God damn it.
But he's a character. I wouldn't recommend him.
What's his
Out of
name?
game, I also don't recommend him.
Daka, probably.
I don't know his official name. He's got a title though. He's got the ear of the biggest brain here, of the big brain rather.
God damn it.
He knows all about those creatures. He's basically been a research hub around here apparently for the past 2 years that he's been here. Or
We'll pass on that. Although anybody who goes out to do anything, if you collect pieces of monster, metal, whatever, we can do this last one very easily.
many of them seem to kind of eye you up and kind of shrug, as well as some seem to be eager, but you do notice that the beast folk especially seem to kind of look at you warily.
If you want, I can maybe
James is-
try and talk to that guy Rain suggested.
If you want to. I'll go with...
I look at James. Bodak do bad things when looking eyes. Yes?
Yes.
I can fight them.
Well, we need them alive,
You're not-
and you only...
Yes. Do not need sight. Can fight well.
You can fight blind.
I flipped through my book.
Roman gets a bit disappointed because he thought
And-
that they actually had the skill to fight blind.
Can myself, but better like this. And this page says a Hazu the Caesar.
Maybe we can do it then.
It also says
Uh,
demon with big letters.
You're gonna turn in, or well, use the power of a demon.
Very hopeful.
James will
Yeah.
slide the rare monster hunts over to Rain. You can do them if you want.
She looks at you and looks at the documents and goes, "It's my night or my day to sleep. I killed a wanted murderer last night for you.
I
After
didn't
all,
say now. I'm saying that if you want to do them before we leave, you are welcome to.
listen, I'm gonna get my nails done in town after we turn this mission in, and then I will be happy to take care of anything you need, but not until I get this gunk off of me. I smell like orc. Ugh.
Took it off of you last night.
Your spells are disgusting, and it doesn't remove the mental filth.
True.
It's
My
not that-
spell's getting called disgusting. Stings a little.
You don't understand a bit about me, do you?
Hey DM, arguably,
yes.
you say the Bodak's death ability affects the soul because it changes you into a Bodak, like mind and all.
I mean, I'd say yeah. Makes sense.
Oh, yeah, I'm immune to its effect, so I can.
Why is that?
Well, you
I
can
have-
still die though. That's the thing.
No,
What?
I have a
No?
thing for that. It's the same one. It's a Hazu.
Oh, okay.
As long as he has the ability active, yeah.
Yeah. So and a binding lasts a whole day. So once I bind it, I'm basically just immune to the Bodex Gaze thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go talk to the strange orc band, see what more information we can get. And then
I'll
we can
go
do
with
that.
Rain and turn in the head.
Rain looks at you, rolls her eyes, and goes, "Great, I get the short one."
I could go instead.
You know what? Hey, James, Captain, Boss Man. How about I take your second mate there into town? I'll make sure he's walked and watered and taken care of. You know, he'll be well fed, and I can get everything I need, and then you get to make sure I don't run off. Cause I mean, you saw what he did to the goat over there. As she kind of smiles and twirls a fork at Shigo, who looks at Rain with a glare in her eye.
I look at Alar. You feel like going with her then? That's fine.
Rain friend.
She smiles and she goes, "Oh yes, great friends."
You guys will be best friends.
Rain. I didn't say it last night. Good job on getting the head.
Don't like the sappy. Okay, sure.
Aww.
Ew. Go away. She kind of like stands up and like turns around and walks towards the stairs.
I have made them uncomfortable. I guess I'll go talk to Prophet then.
About what?
They have a quest up.
I pick up the green hag killing. The
We want to know
mother-in-law
about
removal.
some of the
As I read over the back of
Oh
it.
yeah. All right, that is strange. I didn't know he was.
I didn't know he was married, and I didn't want to ask, and I don't want to. I need to know more about this. If we're killing someone's actual mother, this might be a problem.
Now look, does anyone want to take the Afridi Genie quest? Does anyone know about those?
As you say this, you watch as the rest of the crew picks up their plates and starts going about the
okay.
table of business.
Wait. Afridi? That's what it says?
Afridi Genie.
Me speak fire.
You speak fire?
Me speak
Is that
fire.
what Afridi? Is that what Afridi means?
They speak
There's
fire.
also the Jinn.
Yeah, there is the Jinn. But all the crews already got it, so you know.
What quest want with fire?
Dead or alive.
Apparently ownership, as I read it over.
Ooh. Can that, but fire respected could make contract
Contract of what?
for help of fire.
To do what?
I mean,
Do what they do best. Kill.
Which is okay. Kill what? What are you gonna get them to kill?
I mean, if we get the Ifriti to hunt something else that we want to get dealt with, like the assassin vines. Although we'd like to have some parts left over.
Yeah, if it's fire, they might burn it all.
If contract go well, Alarm make good warlock.
What?
What?
Slow blink, look at Alar. We'll just put these somewhere where they can peruse them at their own. I'm also interested in the assassin vines, but I don't know if Longnose is able to talk on that. Remembering yesterday.
Maybe wait a day on him.
As I'll read over the assassin vine.
Time to go
For
talk
any
to Daka.
information.
But I'm getting up.
They party break. I'm going off with Rain.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off to talk to Prophet about his mother-in-law.
All right. We will start with Alar and Rain. As as
Best friends.
all the group kind of heads into town together. The four of you, the rest of the slaves, kind of staying aboard the ship and kind of guarding it, going about getting it ready for, huh?
Grandpa's in charge while
Yeah.
we're
Yeah, kind of going about making sure everything's in working order and ready to go. You lot head into town. As Rain and Allure head off to the right, down one of the side roads, they start heading towards the main palace. As the same time, Rain kind of points to Rollman, dragging him along as pointing out that Daka would be at the same place as where they were going, leaving James by himself.
That is true that Rain does know where they are.
As Rain kind of immediately grabs on to Rollman and starts going out, or kind of dragging him around town to show him everything. Alongside Alar, making sure to feed him the occasional bits of meat and other sweets and bits of food that kind of are for sale on the market as you walk about. As the three of you kind of head towards the palace, a large open tent seems to be set up with smaller junctions of tents kind of attached to each other, bones kind of holding and clasping these hides together to really kind of form this giant dome. Trolls walking in and out. You see a figure who seems to be standing, a pale white looking, almost like ogre-sized creature, standing about 9 feet in height. They seem to be having long black hair that almost moves by itself, and a strange two bright purple eyes as they seem to lock eyes on you as you walk into the wide open tent. The other trolls kind of looking about, similarly with their bright red skin. Many of them seem to turn to you almost unnaturally, as they all do. Seji kind of comes walking over and looking at you lot and goes, "How may I assist you?"
Nalar just hold up the head like an offering.
As you do so, he looks at it and goes, "Oh, dead. Understood." As you watch a strange little black tentacle kind of poke out of his mouth and then get sucked back in. A few seconds, or he kind of reaches behind his back and seems to be moving his arm unnaturally for a few moments as it kind of bends and twists in different ways. You hear creaks and cracks as out he pulls this coin purse with the 10,000. I believe it was red, I want to say, was the gold equivalent of calorium. But the calorium coins out, kind of handing them to you for the head, taking it from Euler.
I think it was literally gold to yellow.
It was
Like, it's
yellow,
literally
yeah, thank you.
Gold to yellow,
Thank
silver
you.
to blue.
Yep.
Copper's red.
Yeah, that was it. 10,000 of the yellow coins as he just kind of hands it to you. The hand reforming into this strange, almost like hard rock-like skin as it seems to move very robotically, handing you the coin pouch.
As Rollman's met a couple world leaders at this point, how does Seiji stack up compared to them in Rollman's eyes?
Give me a profession. Oh, you know what? I'll just say, let's just do an intelligence check. Let's say. This one.
7.
The only thing you can tell is that this is obviously not a comfortable form that he is taking up. This looks to be, in a sense, some sort of form that he is putting on to, deal with the public, in a sense, as far as his appearance. It's too hard to guess his strength because of the fact that it looks like he's hiding his body almost underneath all of what's appearing. Like, as if someone, who was really, really strong was hiding under a really heavy piece of clothing. It's too hard to tell the definition. Only thing you know is that he is far stronger than you are.
Right.
He kind of looks at you and goes, as his mouth kind of moves awkwardly, still speaking in a rough common, goes, what help? How help with you? How may I help you?
I'll turn to Rain. What was the name of your friend?
Rain just kind of whispers in your ear and goes, Duka? I think it was Dooku. And she kind of
Just ask
nods.
for the knowledge man. That's what we were told he was.
That is true, the knowledge man. Do you mind if I could speak to your knowledge man? I'll say that in primitive.
He kind of looks at you and just nods and goes, as he starts screaming out, almost like bellowing out this cry. A few moments later, it is returned by a slightly higher pitched version as this 6 foot tall, 140-pound, skinny, lean looking tiny orc comes running out, a goofy smile on his face as he comes running over. And he goes, God, I gotta remember Daka's voice. Fuck. So,
Doc, nice to meet you.
yeah, that was it. Thank you. Yeah. As Daka kind of runs up, kind of out of breath, goes, Oh, man, I can't get this accent. Daka, yeah, it really is. Daka, nice to meet you. As he kind of tries to looks at you, his eyes slightly glossed over a little bit, but
Say, talk dumber and you'll get Doc.
it is harder, yeah.
Is he saying this in common or primitive?
He is saying this in common, though the accent sounds very foreign and very heavy. You pick up most of it. It's the accent is something you've never heard before.
Hello, Daka. My name is Rolman. I'll say it in common since he's talking in common. Does it seem like he has good common? Besides the accent?
Other than the accent, he seems to be able to speak it appropriately.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say that in common then.
He nods and looks at you and goes, what you need, tall man?
I heard that you know a little bit of information on Bodax. Do you mind if you could tell me everything you know?
They got big eyes. Always avoid the eyes. Easiest way to trade. Put bad people in cage. Have Bodok staring at night. Bodok in cage next morning.
So that wasn't a lie.
You see him digging into his pocket and pulls out this little red crystal, and he ushers for with his hand to take your arm real quick, trying to not grabbing your arm, but looks like he wants to.
Does he look like he's going to hurt me?
You don't know what this red crystal is.
Oh, I have bad experience with red crystals.
It's not lyrium, but it is the same color.
Well, I know that the troll way of red make you faster, so
No,
it'll probably be okay.
He kind of slaps your arm, the side of your arm, and goes, watch. And he kind of holds up the red crystal to the light, to a bit of sunlight kind of coming through as he aims at his own arm. And you watch as his arm kind of start to smoke a little bit, and he goes, Bodok. And he points to the smoke with his, as he kind of removes the crystal.
Ooh, Alar, get it.
Yes.
Oh, the sun. I see.
Sunbath.
Okay. Do you know where any Boducks are currently at?
Day's journey. Probably south?
Okay.
You go,
Thank you, Daka.
He nods and goes, to you, many moons, one moon. He kind of points to the moon. Kind of looks for looks like he's looking for the word as he pauses and goes, stupid.
Am I stupid?
Yes, moon, days means, moon passes.
Yes, I understand how far away a day's travel is.
Oh, okay. And he kind of nods and goes, I don't know. I thought paint picture was gonna have to paint you a picture. I can't do stupid as well.
Hunter does stupid really well.
I know it's hard to be. It's easy to be something you're used to.
I was gonna have to paint you a picture.
Cameron does a different kind of stupid well.
Yeah, right. I can't do that.
He does a feeble-minded better.
Yeah. Daka continues and goes, paint, paint them blue. That'll make them lucky. Paint, make worth more.
I'll consider.
This makes total sense to Alar because very simple tribal makes sense.
Yep. Daka kind of bows and then bows to Seiji and then turns and walks away. As he does that weird, strange scream that you heard earlier, Seiji seems to repeat it back as he walks away, and Seiji looks at you and goes, you need... He kind of stops and goes, as you see tentacles kind of moving around his mouth, goes, Anything? You need. Anything else?
Alar will shake his head no, and I guess I'm taking Rain to get her nails done. Apparently, she has a thing to do. I want you to know, Alar's gonna come back looking immaculate.
Oh, you guys go on a
Spa day.
lovely spa day.
Alar and Rain head off down one of the side roads, heading towards one of the areas where a lot of the female trolls have been kind of congregating. A lot of you recognize kind of as you exit Rollman, seeing the direction they're going towards some of the trolls that were working in the inn before the incident that were working about with some of the gentlemen. And realizing Rain is basically taking Alar to what is a red district.
Alar, I salute you.
You watch as the two kind of disappear around a corner. Alar, you get taken by Rain into a very old trolls, female trolls, like den slash tent that has been cleaned up. Smells of a lot of flowers. Has a large heated bath over a tub, and this large troll looks to be carving the nails of another troll. And when I mean carving, I do mean she has a knife whittling at the thickness of these nails, making like little designs. Like one looks like a small seahorse, the other looks to be a baby, one looks to be her own self, and then the last looks to be some sort of like creature.
Look, this is a step forward. Alar's people normally have to scratch their claws on stone to get them small and sharp. This is advanced.
As you go in, Rain also, you see, orders some of the colorium to be painted onto her nails, and ends up getting into the bath, fully stripping down in front of you as she just lays in. She speaks in Giant to the woman as the two kind of trade back and forth, letting her know that you are welcome here and you are her bodyguard while you sit. The old woman kind of sets out a bunch of what looks to be heavy dough-like objects. They're they look to you to be like uncooked bread with some sort of thick white cream in the center of them. It smells very sweet. The dough looks to have a little bit of what looks to be something powdered on top of it. Again, the smell of sweetness isn't hard to kind of catch, or is pretty easy to catch off of it.
I mean, Alar will enjoy it. I mean, as long as Alar can tell it's food. I mean,
It's just uncooked dough from what he can tell with heavy cream.
It's
heavy
cookie dough.
Yeah, it's basically cookie dough with heavy sugar cream in the middle.
Food is
It's
food.
the best.
Hello.
Yeah. As Alar kind of sits down and enjoys the food, as Rain hops into the very pedaled tub, kind of passing out the warm water, enjoying themselves. The two of you spend the day in this little troll spa, eventually finding your way to a small hot spring / sauna that I'm no joke said he actually spent a month doing himself, looking for this thing.
He used a month action to set up a full-on spa.
Yeah, his own hot spring, yeah, for himself. He literally he rolled really well to get this too. As you
he has his priorities straight.
he does. As the two of you, Lar, you get a full, nice, relaxing bath, and even more food given to you as you follow Rain from tent to tent, having a nice, relaxing day. Jumping over, before we get to Rollman heading out to his next destination, James, you said you were heading to go see Prophet at the market, correct?
What was that?
I said you said you were heading to go see Prophet at the market, correct?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go talk to Prophet about the job there.
Yeah.
About his mother-in-law.
Yeah, as you head to the market square, seeing the market still with the market stalls on the outside of the square, all the goods kind of poured into the central area, and then the center doorway that seems to go into nothing. You see Prophet kind of yelling at a couple of younger merchants as they are going about their business, and in primitive, as you recognize the language at this point, so at least enough to know what it is when you do hear it spoke. As Prophet kind of comes over seeing you and goes, Oh, customer, yes. Customer, what do you want? Yes.
Two things. One, I always like to ask about this as I show him the quest paper.
You see him kind of stand up a little bit more straight. He goes, He starts to speak proper common, putting his little spectacle in his eye. He stands up and looks at it as his legs are still slightly bowed and goes, Yes, my mother-in-law. What can I do for you, young James, was it?
Yes.
Yes, you're the one who bought my slaves, I believe, right? Stock 321, the one with the Cobalt twins.
Yes.
Ah, you're a good customer. You're welcome in kind. What can I do? What do you want to know about my mother-in-law?
Location. Why we're killing her?
Um,
Possibly.
she's on the edge of the
Other than
town. She used to run the hot springs near. She's on the outside now. As far as why you're killing her, well, she was a quite a capable sorceress, and then well, she turned into a hag. Ow. I could give you the details, but that would incriminate me. So we'll go with
I
she's
wave my hand at that portion. She became a hag. Hags are dangerous.
she's not as strong as she once was. She seems to have forgotten most of her magic, but I'm old and well, I'm capable of this. As he kind of like motions to himself, standing straight. I no ability to take down a hag of that capability.
And then the second thing I needed was Bodak bait.
Um, what do you need?
Someone, a few people, say 2 to 3, that are particularly evil.
Evil's
They don't have to be
annoying.
particularly smart.
Oh. He kind of turns and looks over at the two merchant apprentices he was just yelling at and goes, alright, give me
Oh,
2
no.
seconds, as he grabs out the iron clasp from a nearby
God.
box and
Are
walks
they-
over.
What are these 2 merchant apprentices?
They look to be young trolls, just average natural trolls. They look to be young because they are about the size of an orc, so they aren't very tall yet. As he seems to start walking over with 2 heavy
I wave
manacles.
my hand to him before he gets over there.
Yes.
Hoping for something a bit smaller, easier to transport.
For say troglodyte.
Troglodytes would be probably better.
Yeah,
I
bastards
just give
live
him the
today.
knowing look of dealing with somebody, of dealing with people like that.
Hey guys, I can have them delivered to you within the hour. I can have 2 of them to you. They'll cost you
How
100
much?
gold pieces apiece.
I will pull out and hand him a total of 300. Instead of the extra 100, a little bonus.
Sure. He kind of pockets the coin and goes, I appreciate it. Good luck. I'll have them delivered to you within the day.
Alright, the airship right outside town.
Hard to miss.
It's a nice decoration.
I give him a nod and I head.
As you turn back to the main road, coming to the main road, you see, as I imagine at this point, Rollman would be coming back towards this direction. And Rollman, where are you heading exactly after meeting with Seiji?
I'm heading back to the sheep. Actually,
Okay.
no. First, is there a place that delivers letters and shit?
As you look about, you could try Prophet's Market and ask if he'd be willing to do it. But as you look about, you only know of the few shops that were set up already. The Troll's Sharp Things, which is a weapon shop that you will recognize. The Hard Shells of Flame, which was a armor shop. Pillows and Drink the Inn, and then the Floof Masters as well as the Pits. That'd be pretty much. There's not really a letter sending business.
All right. Yep. Head back to the sheep.
Okay. As you kind of head down the main road, seeing James, he kind of comes down one of the side roads back towards it, the 2 of you running into each other. James, do you and Roman, are you going back to the ship yourself, James, or?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I do want to find some other metals here. We might be able to get them dealt with in other ways.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
Because well, tin, I really would like to get some because I can use that with copper to make bronze, which is worth more than the sum of its parts.
Huh?
Than its parts individually, actually. And there's another metal from around here that is very, not magically inclined, but very strong.
Really? What is it?
Yes. James thinks for a moment. I do believe it's called titanium? Am I right
You're
with
thinking
that,
it-
Chess?
it's tungsten. You're
Tungsten,
thinking.
thank you. Thank you. Tungsten, actually. Going through the metals in his mind as James has been looking through documents
Mhm.
too much.
Yeah.
You're right
Come on.
there, James. You're
Too many metals to
frazzled?
remember right now. But tungsten, it's very, very. It'd be very good to make some simple things out of. Simple weaponry, at
I'm
least.
heading back. Probably, if you want, we could take a test ride and see how the crew does at managing a ship.
Mm-hmm.
That'd probably be a good idea.
All right.
As you head back, as you kind of get to the ship, a few hours will go by before Rain and Alar return. Are you gonna take the ship out without them, or are you gonna wait till they come back?
We can go out without them. Do like an hour,
Okay.
just like a lap of something.
Roll me a D100, Rollman.
Oh yeah. Hopefully good. Oh, this is general. It's probably general.
Always roll in the general chat.
I can't wait to meet Mr. Perfectly Average.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a 50. Watch. Oh no, I got 100.
As the crew goes through, flying with ease, you manage to belt out your orders, keeping them in line. The crew seems to follow pretty clearly without any issues. A few seem to argue and have issues, but after a few hours of doing it, as you come to a landing, seeing Rain and Alar's fur fully cleaned and washed and scrubbed, slightly perfumed. Rain herself is nails clean with metal on them each, different painted designs onto them. She is fully caked up with what looks to be a light version of makeup, that she's found. A few magic items about her belt now. Her clothes look to have been completely redone, as well as look to be fancier, of finer materials. She kind of smiles as she kind of comes aboard.
What'd you say?
She did not, because she said the 10,000 got handed to Rollerman.
Did he hand
Oh,
it?
Yeah. Or no, actually no, because Alar's the one who handed the head over, so no, Alar
Yeah,
would have
so
gotten the
Alar
cash.
had it.
Yeah, so it would have been Alar.
You're
if
just
you-
carrying a bag.
Yeah.
You just carried the bag the entire trip.
Would Alar have
Just
any
holding it in
issues
hands.
if Rain had been dipping into it and spending it? Would Alar understand if as long as he was getting food and pampered?
Since
He just
Alar does not know money, but does know it's supposed to go to James and them, she could dip a little bit.
Yeah, as the two of them have a good time, as they return back with 8,000 gold pieces left, the gold is kind of handed off to you, James, and Rain is head to toe styling. All of her weapons have been refined, shining, cleaned. There's not a bit about her that isn't been scrubbed, perfumed immensely.
glad you had a good.
She looks at you and goes, "Oh, don't worry. I took out Alar too. Smell him now. If you get really close, you can even smell the light lavender scent that they had on." She kind of ruffles through Alar's fur. That is now silky smooth.
I will put the 8,000 coins up.
James does not care in the slightest.
James cares, but right now there is other things on his mind.
Alar's mohawk is so fucking soft.
Yeah.
Before actually putting all of it up, James will look to Rollman and pass him. Let me just go do the math real quick.
We have to redo numbers now because all the crew is here, and we don't have Zells.
You can do the numbers afterwards. You can just say you
Yeah.
hand him his cut, James.
You hand me money.
Yeah,
You can do it
I
after.
hand you your cut, which is 1,600 of this.
That works.
I just looked at Chance's picture posted. You do have a mohawk. Very epic.
I do have mohawk, yeah.
As you hand him, as you hand Rollman his cut, kind of yep, we heard you. Yeah, as you kind of put that, pocket the rest away, I assume. The crew below deck seems kind of tired and doesn't seem at all interested in moving unless orders are given, as many of them seem to be using the now downtime as resting. Most of the crew haven't worked that hard in their lives. Grandpa seemed to be very good at motivating when Rollerman couldn't seem to get them to listen well.
I'm gonna go talk to Grandpa and see if there's any ingredients he'd like me to go out and if he'd like to go out with me and get.
All right. As you guys kind of start to gather up the last bit of information, make sure none of the crew needs anything, and it will be all right. You lot, I assume, are going to be making a list and then heading out to the boat up quest, or what's the plan?
Well, I'm waiting for the troglodytes to be delivered.
Okay.
I would inform Ryan that I purchased
Once the
two.
troglodytes are here, then I would assume, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
As the night goes, or as the rest of the day will be spent, the players, you guys will have 8 actions that you'll get for free for your own party members, and we're gonna end session here because we've been going for almost 4.5 or 5.5 hours. 4.5 hours. We thank you all for watching. We hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you next time when the troglodytes arrive.